not what is left of the Dawnfather's gate disappearing in the distance. It will be some time before they are assailed, but they stayed behind, those proud, brave warriors of the Solar Gate, to buy you time, precious time, to get to Vasselheim. You've left behind people you've come to respect, maybe people you've come to care about. And those people have been steadfast into their oaths and their devotion to the Dawnfather and the protection of the innocent. Who are you? And so now you move with the responsibility of many times the number that you were responsible for in Althansia. If you make your way south, the journey should certainly be easier with those brave warriors protecting your rear. And now moving into this part of the Althansian wild that is well protected by Vasselheim. You don't know what's there. There shouldn't be any danger. I think some planning was certainly done for you, Ganbaatar, especially. You were basically told, follow the road. It's going to be a straight shot to the village of the town of Seagate, which is a port city a day or two away from Vasselheim. And it basically is like the river entrance. It's where all trade into Vasselheim from other continents flows. So they're like, follow the road. It's a straight shot there. Might take a week or two. So the navigation will not be hard. It's just a matter of setting a good pace so that you're not caught up with by whatever might befall the gate. But their sacrifice will not be in vain as you travel. So I'm sure your thoughts are filled with a sacrifice the likes of which you have seldom seen or heard of in your lives. Is there... I'll leave it to you guys. I've been doing this thing lately where I go around and we talk about what's going on in everyone's head. Been told it's a very good tool to get new character. We could start with that, or we could simply start with what you're doing during this voyage, because you're going to be moving quick. There will be time to camp. I'd say that you were probably told, like, force the march for 2 hours first, and then march an hour for every day thereafter. So that you're getting the maximum out of your travel, but you're not delaying. So we'll say the first day. Yeah, I'll stick with that. The first day is gonna go by. You guys are gonna travel for probably 13 hours. There will be breaks in there for people. There's gonna be a forced march for about 2 hours, probably more like 14 hours you travel. And all that while, all there really is to do is to think, which is a shame, because I'm sure there's lots going on in your heads of what you've experienced and what you've left behind. Ganbaatar, uh, what's going on in your head as you guide this group?
Ganbaatar has got to be just incredibly busy. Uh, he's ride point, get out in front, look around some, then you know slide back along the ranks to make sure that there are no stragglers at the back, and when they happen, because they will happen,
Mhm.
try to encourage them along so we don't end up becoming a ribbon of please kill us.
Absolutely fair enough. You're working hard, and this new companion of yours, this sort of like young hound, he is a familiar. He's not combat capable, but he's dutiful and he's loyal. And he certainly helps wrangle those missing people, not unlike a sheepdog a little bit. And moves quite swiftly alongside your own steed. Very well. Just keep him busy, trying to get there and trying to get everybody there. Very fair. What about you, Hekator? What are you doing? What's floating around in your head?
Um, yeah, I think he's probably staying more towards the middle now, with Gambatar kind of taking the front. He wants to be able to reach the front and the rear as quickly as possible in case something happens.
Hmm.
Um, I think the probably that first day with just tons of time to think, he'll be just thinking about what all happened at the gate and what awaits them. But also he'll just for fun, he'll cast speak with animals
Mhm.
and speak to the mammoth that trampled on him and go, I don't blame you. I forgive you, even.
Oh,
Just
you
don't
forgive me
step
for
on me
what?
again. For
Uh, what did I do?
absolutely nothing.
With his two intelligence, he's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's right.
It's
It's the
it's
elephants
like,
that have the good memories, not the mammoths.
yeah. Did somebody step on you? I'll tell him. Uh,
Aye, I like your spirit. We'll take that. Great.
uh, Continues to soft for a while. Um, Absolutely, fair enough, fair enough. We'll keep it rolling around. Leah, where do you think you're stationed? And to be clear, as a reminder for everybody, you guys had about 30 people that you were responsible for in Althenzia around the end there. This is like 150 to 200 people. Like you've deeply multiplied the number of people you're responsible for. Where are you at? What are you doing? What's
Mm,
going on in your head?
she's probably with the original group of 30 people and maybe hanging close to them a little bit, but she's probably riding her horse. So, um, and she, I think she's writing a song, and it might be to the annoyance of the people around her a little bit because she keeps like playing the same line or like playing the same notes over and over again, like trying to get it right. 'Cause she doesn't have anything to write with, so she's like doing it all by ear. And she's like trying out different lyrics and um, yeah, so she's writing a song, and anyone that's within earshot would know that it's a song lamenting her um, recent loss of reason. And yeah, so I think that's what she's doing. She's just kind of writing a song on her horseback and um, being a little dramatically upset about his loss, which I think is fair. Yeah.
Very fair, very fair. And there's certainly going to be a good moment coming up if there's a moment where they would like to sing, because I mean, you know that not tonight, but it is likely the night after when you rest, they will be fighting. Very fair. Leah, you surrounded by the usual refugees that you're more familiar with, who are very, very familiar and magnetized towards you and your leadership. Um, Maybe are not annoyed. I don't think they would be annoyed, frankly. I think they would be interested to know what you're doing, or your music has brought them a long way. And I think they're respectful of your craft and your method, allowing you to do what you need to do to prepare. What about Red? Red, Red, you're a militiaman. You're like a town guard. You're a farmer. You're a person of a simple life, simple means. You're As a militiaman, it was sort of like a I'll help out kind of thing. And you've just witnessed like warriors like sacrifice themselves to their deaths for you. What's going on with Red? Where's Red? What's Red doing? What's Red thinking about?
Think they're so messed up, honestly. Like, I think, yeah, like you mentioned, they've come from like a simple background, like a little militia bird, and this has just been like, quite the whirlwind. Like on top of being separated from their family, obviously none of us, or maybe few of us, have witnessed whatever is happening here. So I think they would be just kind of like not like disassociating, but like marching along, but very much just having moments of like disbelief maybe of like how am I here? Like I just, like a lack of reality, I guess, of like I was just with my family on our farm and now I'm here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is life? Who am I? Where am I? Like, um, but like staying ever vigilant, like with like the stuff that's happening around them. I don't think they would be like just completely in a daze, but I think, yeah, I think it would be, they're still trying to let everything like really sink in and like, they're definitely ready to fight, but it's a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, Maybe a little more on edge now, a little more realized. The stakes these last couple weeks having consistently just raised and raised and raised and raised. Um, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think they do
Um,
like their the little beak click that they do, like to taste the air is like more like a stim than anything else of like
mhm,
any way to like try and predict what's coming to like from probably from like a safety perspective of like, before all of this stuff happened, they like felt it in the ground, like they felt it as a part of the earth. And like, so I think now they're just trying to be like ever ready. So they're like tasting the air and trying to like just protect themselves as much as they can.
fair enough. What about you, Mira? How are you feeling? What's going on in your head? You've witnessed an unparalleled courage, and now once again are responsible for many times the number of people you ever have been responsible for. What are you feeling? What are you doing?
I think I think while it's maybe not the most emotionally responsible thing to do, 40 people have given their lives, and the only thing that she knows how to do is to make sure that everyone survives with what 5 times the number of people. She would ask Thistle, who's been helping her, and maybe go to Red, and show Red how she's been keeping like books, and to a certain extent we'd be helping Ganbaatar, making sure that everyone was there, but making sure we've got the supplies we need, that we are well ahead of any difficulties concerning medical treatment or whatever, that we stay on top of things so that there's nothing that actually slows us down. Sure, she'll
Yeah,
have a cry about it later, but she has to
fair.
keep people alive.
Yeah, quartermastering will like the logistics of moving so many people with like six capable leaders, which is yourselves, is it's a big classroom to keep track of. So yeah, you've got your work cut out for you, and if there was ever a way to avoid uh, the gravity of what just happened, it is, and you want to dunk your head into work, you've got plenty of it. Um, Last but not least, Zeivre. I think you probably have a unique experience after your conversation with the High Palatine, how he very much put a lot of his hopes in you as he sent you from the Order of the Solar Gate, and he sort of, in a way, took from you a heroic sacrifice with hopes that you would be more one day. And it's kind of like some lives are in your hands now. There's probably a lot to think about. There's a lot to do. What does Zimbriel up to during these travels?
I think internally, um, he may be a little, or more than a little, upset that his heroic sacrifice was taken from him. The opportunity to stand against evil and protect so many innocent people. But a part of him also on top of not really understanding his part you know, and
Mm.
bigger machinations at play. If someone like the High Palatine was willing to let him go, and I think there's some trust there, you know, some faith that for all the crazy that the High Palatine was, maybe if he believed it so fervently, then maybe there is some truth to what he was saying. So internally, a bit somber, but externally, his posture is perfect. He's riding on the back of his horse, eyes straight ahead, trying his best to be that pillar that these people probably need.
Fair enough.
And I think those around him, and you could, give some context to it, but with level 6, there's this thing called aura of protection. Uh,
Mm.
so I didn't realize it was just always radiating from you.
So long as you wish it to, yeah.
Okay. Um, but I think those around him will feel, I don't want to say protect, but more like able to withstand the struggles coming up ahead.
Make no mistake, Zeivre. Like it or not, you realize something important. You are the only person of these some 150 to 200 people who are wearing the armor of the Order of the Solar Gate, who is a paladin of the Dawnfather. And as you go, people, yeah, in your vicinity feel safe and feel that, you know, it is almost like you are what is left of them, those people who died. And I think you get a lot of mixed looks. I think some people are um, curious, uncertain um, as to why you're here, whereas the others stayed behind. Others are very, very happy that this is so, that you are here and that they are not. Others almost look to you like you are like the symbolic representation of those warriors who stayed behind. That you're like the last among them to sort of see them to Vasselheim. There's certainly no ill will whatsoever, just a lot of mixed, like, not fully grasping what you represent. But either way, yeah, they gravitate towards you. And strangely, to no act of your own other than putting on that armor and swearing that oath in your faith in the Dawnfather and the horse you ride and your very presence, you find that maybe a last gift that order gave to you is that it's the glory. You wanted to become a representation of glory, of inspiration, to help people have courage, and here it is. It's exactly what you are in this moment, for no act of your own. And I think this is all excellent. And you guys travel some more. There's a day of rest and a long rest if you need it. And for the questions around, no, we have not leveled up yet. We're gonna stay at 6 just for a moment. It's coming. 5? I see a 5. Well,
Yeah, we're
I
level
see some.
5, I thought.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're at level 5. Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at Leah's sheet. It's at 6. But
Yes.
that's because of reasons. It threw me off a little there. Yeah, you're gonna be a little while leveling up, Leah, because you've gotten a special, you've gotten an extra special
We could
early.
all take a level in Warlock.
Yeah, you guys wanna get in on Leah's Leah action
Let's
here?
Literally
speed run
All
everyone.
this
right.
Calamity shit.
Let's speed
Good.
run Calamity, bro. Betrayers, let's do it. Evil campaign, this is the one. Okay. So you guys get the long rest. Um, I'm going to say that that is simply a night of absorption for everybody, for all of the refugees, just understanding, absorbing, um, settling in after 2 hours of forced march. I'm not too worried about like you guys, you superhero ass people, and it's not going to be a big deal until the last moment. But certainly among the refugees, they like they settle in, kind of throw their bags down. As many of them are at 2 levels of exhaustion from the double force march today, which has put them at half speed, which is like, okay, now we stop because now it's hindering everything. We're not trying to kill anybody, but we're trying to make good time. Everybody settles in, puts up tents, has much needed rest, computes, comprehends what they have seen, what they've done, and maybe all of you, being the people they look to lead, heroes amongst them, is the same going to be expected of you one day? Rest comes, dreams come, you rise and you travel the next day. Some of this will be expedited, as you can clearly see, but I'm going to give everybody a chance to do their things, especially right now. You go through another day of traveling. This is a 9-hour day of travel as opposed to 10, so that people could have gotten their exhaustion back. And then when many people surely fail, the next one they're back down to half speed, that's when you take a rest the next day. Going to get every last hour and mile out of this travel possible. And as you settle in, you recall, some of you, little by little, maybe, looking back, Raison, looking down at that army and saying, we have 2, maybe 3 days before they can actually mobilize and attack. And as you sit here, you know you're in that window. As you sit here, safe, around the campfire, well on your way to Vasselheim, many, many miles from that danger, at this very moment, the sun has gone down, the light of the Dawnfather has faded, and those warriors are maybe dead, or maybe still standing on that wall, maybe fighting for their lives in this very moment. And that probably hits very heavy. And that begins to travel around that realization that right now, people are dying for you, specifically. I'm going to start with Yuza now. As your sort of penance and sort of quiet resolve has been respected, the silence officially breaks as Iota sort of circles around and says, why did we leave them behind? Why are they with us?
Because they swore an oath. They swore an oath that they would not leave.
But why? They could get hurt.
Sometimes putting oneself in harm's way is necessary. When there are others that can't defend themselves, when people's lives are at stake, sometimes all it takes is a few brave men or women to hold the line so that so many more people can live.
See almost the shape, the form of Iota, the not entirely comprehensible form of this small creation sort of strains and moves and changes, and I don't understand. But I and it's almost like the gravity of what you're saying is almost too much for it. But they could get hurt.
They probably will. Probably worse than
They're going to die, aren't they?
they will.
So that we can be safe?
That's absolutely right. And I can guarantee that any of those men that we left behind, they wouldn't have it any other way.
You don't think they were scared?
Many of them were probably very scared.
The creation continues to sort of begins to comprehend and waver and strain. But the light dims a little.
And I think Zevriel adds to his point. When bad things are supposed to happen, when things seem dire and hope seems to be wavering, it is natural to feel afraid, to want to run, flee, or to be frozen. But in the individuals and in those men who swore that oath to that wall and to us, their courage was stronger than that of their fear, stronger than their body's urges to freeze or to run. Their courage and their will are what allow them to be there right now. And if we continue to have courage, to continue pushing forward, then their sacrifice will not be for naught.
A little creation, conception of divinity, this little Iota, sort of moves about. It moves up to your celestial steed, your companion of a great long time you don't fully remember, who is listening stoically to the conversation, and to you. And it says, "Why are we here? When the mortals are dying, what are we supposed to do?" Why were we sent here?
I don't fully know. I don't know why I'm here. But I have a feeling that both of you are here, he says with a heartwarming smile. To help me. To lead me on that path where all of us can best help the people of this world.
Iota sort of flexes in a way, almost like a silent chuckle, and says, I'm here to lead you? Are you saying I'm in charge?
I was mainly pointed to Voladier with the leading path part, but sure, yeah, yeah. What's your first order of business?
And it takes it very seriously, as much as like a young spirit can take something very seriously. He says, my first order is that you protect yourself.
It's kind of taken aback by that a little bit. I will do my best.
Yay! And a little fly around, a little zip around happily, and kind of sort of whiz away and all of its bouncy excitement sort of up towards the stars above you. Just kind of flying around happily. And you'll hear the voice of Valinor in your head. And he will say, you truly don't have an inkling why I'm here.
The High Palatine told me that I would save them all. I wish I knew more from the horse's mouth, but I suppose I do have an inkling of what I'm here for. And there may be something grander, but in my heart, I feel it is of the utmost importance that I keep these people alive. Just as you two are helping me, I will help them.
Sort of horse's head nods ever so slightly, bobs a little, and like but provides no further consent. You sense, yeah, you refer to Voladier to be something of sort of a guide to you. He's a bit of a show don't tell kind of mentor, if that's the case. Let's go somewhere else in camp. Tonight, paladins die in fight. 40, maybe 50 men stand against an army of hundreds to buy you this time to get to safety. You're tired. You could sleep away the moment. You could honor the moment. You could share it with somebody. What do the other 5 of you do with your time?
I think Hekator would go find Redmond.
So you do. You find Red, and Red, you are similarly can now have a companion as well. I think a less sort of like border collie-esque dog as what Gandabar has, like a fast sort of feel, like running, high energy dog. Yours is probably a little more like a little more playful, a little more glued to your side.
A Velcro dog.
Exactly, Velcro, like my dog, exactly. Um, and as Hecator comes, the like very much like uh, I think not dissimilar to the dog we've seen on your screen a lot, like sort of almost puppy-esque, like kind of cute, and it kind of like goes down as Hecator approaches this tiny dog compared to the massive frame of Hecator, and kind of up at Hecator as if like it could possibly protect you.
I think as Hecator approaches, he's got two little mugs filled with pine needle tea, and he sees this
Great.
little barking dog, and he goes, "Oh, right, proper respect." And he'd take a full bow, but like almost 90-degree bow, come up,
Yeah.
say, "All right, Redmond," and hand you a little cup of tea.
You walk over to Redmond, and the dog kind of, and he's kind of like gnawing at your heel a little bit. Like they don't. I mean, you're a Goliath. Your skin is like it is high. It is thick. You barely feel it, but it's like trying to like nip at your heels to protect Red from you.
You've made a new friend.
I have. I'm not completely sure where he's come from, but he's found me now and we're figuring it out together.
That's great. I think I might know where I came from. And
Oh,
how much do you know about spirits?
not much.
Well, you've got one, I believe.
Oh,
Aye. Spirit of the land. Where I come from, we revere them. And he'll kind of nuzzle Kirei, the eagle on his shoulder. This this is Kirei, the great spirit. He used to be as big as the sky. But it just it means a good thing that you've been chosen for that.
I think so too.
And as far as I can tell, for some reason, my mother's recovery, based on how they're doing.
Interesting.
Keep him safe, if you could.
Of course.
Not that he'll need much protecting, as he's nibbling on my foot.
I'll say at this point, your great eagle has sort of fluttered down and descended, and the dog has stopped biting you. At this point, the two of them are kind of looking at each other, and it's this very strange sort of unnatural animal connection where like almost they're recognizing themselves or looking into cracked mirrors or something. There's a recognition as the two of them are greeting each other as animals do.
Mm. Well, what do you make of all this?
I can't even begin to comprehend. This is far beyond any reach that I could ever imagine. From where I come from, we have legends. We have stories that could not even touch what we've experienced.
I think you'd see the Hecator's shoulders drop just a little bit after he takes a sip of tea as he goes, right? Just because I punched something, they put me in charge, and I've been leading these people for, I don't know. I'm so out of my depth. I'm a potter, Red. I make pottery.
We're simple people. We're used to using our hands, connecting with the earth, with creatures, with the world around us, not war and whatever this is that we've gotten ourselves into.
Aye, that's true. I remember having a conversation with my mother before the city fell about hoping that I could do more,
Mhm.
thinking that I could be more than just a potter, and now, fuck, I miss pottery.
Never what you wish for, I guess.
I never thought I'd say that. I'd thrown hundreds of cups and bowls and well, I just really hope that Vasselheim has some good clay.
I'd imagine it would. And I will hold my cup up and I'll just say, here's to one day returning to our roots.
To our roots. Take a sip.
I can't wait for post-campaign where, you know, the great captains of the armies and whatever are trudging through the forest, and they come through the forest to see this little cabin. Hecator's there doing some Patrick Swayze style pottery, and they're like, "We're putting together a team." Hecator's got a beard, and he's like, "I left all that behind. Going back to my roots."
With like a little apron.
But it's also a fucking monster of muscle and
Oh,
has
yeah.
like 3 vestiges, and is like, "Now I left that all behind."
That stuff's buried in the garage.
Yeah. Opens up the secret compartment in his shack and like touches the like lightning spear of the Stormlord. He's like, maybe I should. I don't know.
It calls
One
to me.
last ride.
One last round. Yeah.
But first,
All right.
I gotta fire my bowl.
Yeah. Let's see if I still got it.
Yeah.
Oh, incredible. What about Mira, Ganbaatar, Leah, when all of the scouting and straggler wrangling and quartermastering, and there's no more of that to do, but get a little food by the fire, go to sleep when your body's finally tired enough to sleep. What do you do in the interim?
I think still probably be with like the original refugees that she was with. She's like sticking pretty close to them, but I think she's like ready to perform the song that she's written, and she'll probably stand on something. She likes to be above when she performs, like higher. I think she
You like
enjoys
to get on stage. Yeah.
Yeah. She absolutely like she wants a stage. And so I don't know what she'll get on, but maybe if there's like a wagon or something.
Absolutely. I'm sure you guys came with wagons and at least boxes. Absolutely. Stone. I'm sure there's big stones around at the very least.
Great. Yeah. Pick a big stone then. That sounds great. Sturdy.
Big ass boulder. You find a big ass boulder to stand on.
And she'll um, start by I don't know if anyone like noticed that she got up on the rock, but if anyone did, she'll start addressing them and say that Tonight is the night the brave men and women of what is it called again? Sorry,
The
Grandfather's Gate? Dawnfather's Gate. I'm
Dawnfather's.
so sorry.
It's all good. You're good.
The men and women of the Dawnfather's Gate take a final stand to protect us. And amongst them, their leader was Razan. And I came to know him in a short amount of time. And this song is for him and his men. And she'll share a song. And I've got lyrics that I would like to share. So, fate is deaf when it is hungry, and prophecy does not forgive. It takes the best of us so the rest of us may live. So this is where I let you go, and I don't get to follow. The road ahead will take my body, but my soul will stay with you. So this is where I let you go, where all the world is split in two, and I must walk while you stay still and live with what your courage will do. If I could trade my breath for yours, I would do it without pause or plea, but you were made of iron vows, and I was made to remember you. That's her little song that she'll play for anyone that listens.
Take inspiration. You roll a little performance check if you like. I'll say definitely take advantage for bringing your own lyrics to the party.
18 performance.
Excellent. You stand up on a stone. Maybe the actor in you is like, ugh, misses a proper stage under your feet. You say these words and begin to sing. And as I think most of the good performers do, you lose yourself in the music a bit, the meaning of the music, the song. You don't look at the people. You sing the words and you do it from the heart. And your opening introductions certainly gravitated many towards you. And as you began to sing, the cold, sort of wily wind of the mountain pass is joined by the sound of the rising voice of an elf who has been singing on stage for, I believe it's like 70, 80 years, is how long Leah's been singing for on stage.
Probably closer to 7. Oh, well, yeah. No, I guess probably 80 years, yeah.
A voice that has been honed over 7 decades. And here, in the silence of the past, in a cappella, by the sounds of it, just this voice echoes and rings through the mountains that sings of someone brave who died and someone left behind to mourn. And that is something that everyone in this camp can relate to. And I think it punctuates the moment of the experience everyone's sharing excellently. And it hits. And though you were Avalier's behind you, and maybe your time on a nice stage is behind you, and the audience, the impact you can have on many people at once with your words, with your voice, that remains probably more true than before. For what did the people of Avalier ever know of sacrifice? When you sang of sacrifice. And these people probably appreciate your words more than they ever did. And that is where the true satisfaction of a performer comes from, I think. The effect they have on their audience. And you believe you give everybody here something they needed to know with your words, in your song, in your music. And as you descend from your boulder stage, you are you are treated with probably quiet reverence and appreciation for what you have shared, what you have had the courage to share. Excellent. Well done. Bravo. What about Mira? What about Ganbaatar? Or anybody else maybe might have something to say in the aftermath of Sir Lydia's song.
So I think there are two things that Mira would want to do. One would be to try to find Hekator if he had a moment where he was not obviously busy. Um,
Well, you know what? Maybe I don't know what you want to share, but maybe better than alone. You might find Hekator sharing a drink with Red, a companion maybe you haven't spent a lot of time with. Maybe you could join him now with Red, or join him after if you can catch him when he leaves.
no, I'll join with Red.
Excellent. You approach.
Hey, how did you learn that language? The sign language.
Oh, this speaking with motions. I well, something like the Justicar there, that there were some people in my home who chose not to speak, at least not with words. And if I wanted to communicate with them, then I had to learn it.
Will you teach me? Please.
Don't see why not. Got some time ahead of us. Probably take longer than the journey, though.
I seem to recall you saying something about keeping me close as long as Cathesy sitting on my shoulder, so I figure we've got some time.
I did say that. But glad to hear that you're all right with keeping me for a moment.
I have a feeling this is probably just the beginning of this mess.
Probably right. Did you see, no point to the new dog. Red's got one too. And he'll cast elementalism and do a little blast of beckoning air. Just kind of blast the little puppy with a little breeze. It's like blowing his ear.
His little ears flap, and he kind of go, in surprise as he's just got like a little puff scoots him over.
He is precious.
Mirror your owl. Actually, no sound, just silent flutter of the wings. Descends and joins the eagle and the pup on the ground. The three of them silently greet one another with an eerie recognition.
Okay, cool. So as long as she recognizes that it's not food, it's fine.
And the dog is much too big to be eaten by an owl. This is also a good note. The little fox that Leah has, however.
We're all friends here. There's plenty of food. Nobody's eating anyone else.
Why food shaped?
Not food. Why food shaped?
Why food shaped?
I'll teach you your first word. And he'll sign the word for friend. This means friend.
And she will start immediately.
Yeah. Some basic lessons before bed. Oh yeah. Last person I'll touch on, Ganbaatar. Is there anything for you, sir?
Uh, he's probably still on business. He's got proficiency in cartography. So he probably, with 150 different people, they're probably, broken into these little sub cliques with their own kind of leadership pieces.
Mm.
And once camps go up and start getting made, he probably is making his way from click to click to click to saying, this is what the plan is for tomorrow. This is about where we'll be. This is what we should see along the way. Um,
Mm.
and just laying out the plan so each each click knows what's coming up. So it's not a complete blind.
The ever the dutiful, uh, not general, but certainly someone similar of the honor guard of the call himself. Yeah, you make your way around the cliques. Most of the people here are Othansian. Um, there is the some 30 odd individuals that sort of gravitate around Leah, who are probably well taken care of her by her leadership. But yeah, most people are from various Althansia communities, and you can easily be like, oh, you're from this town or this village, or I'm sorry about that, and sorry about this, and um, yeah, and you go around and make some friends and keep people informed as to the plan and reassure everybody. And with that, I'll just put a general thing out there. Is there anything anyone else would like to do tonight before sleep finds you?
I think Zevriel would, as song ends and people start to camp up, he's sitting outside of his tent and he's kind of watching Ganbaatar go from click to click, as he said, and he starts to feel a little sleepy, but he can't, for the life of him, rationalize like going to sleep at this particular moment. He sits outside and he looks back in the direction they came, just thinking about how hard those men must be fighting, or if they're already dead. Almost as if he's keeping some reservation in the back of his mind, like if I get a single signal for reinforcements or to go and help, then he would ride at a moment's notice back to
Eyes on the horizon.
a signal of which most likely never comes.
And I want to be clear about something. This time is the time where the gods walk amongst mortals. Like in most campaign settings, and certainly in modern Exandria, the gods are beyond the mortal plane. They're beyond the material. Not here. I think it would be most poignantly for you, Zeivre, as opposed to anybody else here. Mira, you have some minor clerical abilities, so you would feel it through that exclusively. But when you smite Zeivre, when you cast a spell of divine magic, when you channel divinity, it's like the Dawnfather is there with you, specifically granting your requests. It is like he is fighting with you at every moment. And here in the darkness, as you have your eyes on the horizon, it's almost like you could feel his mighty solar hand on your shoulder, as if in affirmation, as if to say, yes, this is how you should be thinking, ready to defend, ready to help. But at the same time, it carefully and gently holds you here, as if to say, But that's not true fate. It is dark, but ever do you feel the presence of the Dawnfather, especially you sent from the Divines itself. Perhaps that is your celestial guide. Or it's your horse.
Yeah, probably the horse.
Probably.
Yeah, I think after waiting to the late hours of the night, I think he tires, and right before he goes into his tent, he'll look off to the horizon for one last moment. Then he'll bring his head down as he silently says a prayer to those men, asking the Dawnfather to give those men the strength, the endurance, and the resilience to deal with the evil at their door.
You feel it is so. And one thing else more, that those men, each and every one of them, will walk in the Dawnfather's glory for eternity after. Their courage will not go to that world.
Goes to sleep.
Sleep is had. Wake up. Many days of travel there follow. You guys traveling with all haste. Man, I've just been having this army of the North on Roll20 forever. Let's get that. Let's get that going. That's not a problem. You meander through the mountains. This actually isn't a great picture because you're beyond the steppe of the mountains, or the plains. You are within the mountains now. Walking through them, and you will do so for quite a while. For those of you who want the specifics, you will travel for... let's see here. This is a very rough estimate, but... yeah. You guys will travel more. Those days, those days after Leah's song in the night, those ones probably drag a little bit. Especially into the next day where you wake and you're like, if they're not dead, they fought through the night. And if they fought through the night and they still stand, you can only imagine the perseverance they must have had. Some of you might be like, well, of course they're dead. How could they have survived such evil? But those of you who want to believe, wish to believe, they're still there. You can only imagine the endurance, the faith, the fellowship, the whatever, the balls on those men. And that day drags on, and that night comes, and that next day comes, and at some point in all that time, it settles in the realization that they're probably gone. Maybe something in the light, maybe a feeling. And I think pointedly, Zeivre, for you, as dawn encroaches on not the morning after Leah's song, but the next morning there, you awaken to a red light on the horizon, a red sun. And you know what that means. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, for they held impressively long. They did not hold for one night, they held for 2. 50 men against hundreds of even strong. But you know they're coming. But you have great... They can't stop you. We're moving too fast, and you have gained too much speed. Even if some evil were to press them forward on their journey, you'll surely make it to Seagate before they can ever make it. And you know their sacrifice will not have been in vain, so long as you and maybe some of these refugees do something important with their lives.
That one got me, man. That one got me. Ah, all right. Yeah, and I think likewise, Zevriel, he would be a lot in the same straits. Great pride in his heart. And I think he uses that pride and that emotion, to kind of bolster the courage of those around, uh, maintaining a smile on his face, trying to be inspiring and friendly to everyone around, encouraging. Even checking on, all of you guys, making sure that you're good.
And you suspect that is exactly why the sky was red this morning. You did not send that to crush you into that understanding, but to help you find your strength within the understanding. And you do. Days pass by and start to flood together. The exhaustion of overexertion over long hours of traveling. You guys make probably about 35 miles a day with all of these people. It's an impressive hike, and one that is not easily taken by the uninitiated. Maybe even some of you in your group, especially my Avalier people, Mira and Leah, you guys have done all of the Othansia traveling, and you've built up a constitution for this kind of travel, but there's a lot of the refugees here who have not. The Althansians are very, very used to harsh living. The Althansia is not kind country, it is harsh country, and so they carry on. By now, the Avalier people have gained enough grit to endure such travel. Even this, though, pushes them to their limit. And you find every day ends with flopping onto bedrolls. Some people foolishly don't put up tents because they're just too tired, and some of those people might get sick. There's enough magic around to circumvent that. Make no mistake, there are no losses on your journey. The Dawnfather's Gate, the Paladins of the Solar Gate, they supplied you with everything they had. They kept only enough food as they might need. They only kept as much water as they might need. They gave you all their horses, they gave you all of their supplies, and though it is a harsh journey, it is not one filled with as much loss as the Althansian one was. There might be a sickness here, an injury there, maybe even a couple close calls, but no deaths. The days flow by easier, and you make your way towards a stream, some more water that flows into a small lake. As the days roll by, forest pine on the right, small bits of snow in the sky, the lake on your left that flows down from the mountain towards the sea, and towards Seagate, which will come upon surely. You find your way there, the city of Seagate. Is a relief to see, for it has walls. It has a mighty bridge with a portcullis that allows ships to come, to go, and maybe not at all, if they are not here to do well by the Zeivre. It is protected. It is not vast and well built like Avalier. There's no skyscrapers or towering cities, but there are homes, and there are large enough buildings, and there are temples, and there is relief. Sea Gates is not the important part of this journey, so I'm going to lapse over that a little bit too, because your journey is not at an end, and there's no time to slow down, or you need to get to Vasselheim. You need to tell them what has come. You stop in Seagate for reprieve, however. Your supplies ran very, very low. And I think I would even go so far as to say as maybe you've been a day or two on heavy rationing. And exhaustion might be coming in at that point, and maybe you've even slowed your travel. But as you get to Seagate, relief is given. The city sort of opens up its stores, and you're surprised for these some 100 people, sort of feeding them. What is going on? Who are all of you people? And they're told of your trials, your voyages, and whoever's in charge of the town will be shocked to hear. Be like, Dawnfather's gate has fallen. It stood for hundreds of years. Surprise settles in, disbelief settles in, but there's no denying the hundreds who have fled forth, and the Khan himself. They would tell that yes, the Khan and his armies came through quite some time ago. They made their way through here and on into Vasselheim. You better go as well. You take reprieve. You take a night. There's certainly not enough beds for the tide of individuals who were brought to the gate, to Seagate. They can't immediately all house all of you all at once, but you are housed safely, even if it must be in a bit of a warehouse or a barn or something like that for the night. I think quite a few people, maybe even half of the individuals that you were traveling with, happily stay at Seagate, with the hope of finding a ship and getting the hell out of Zeivre, with all of the news that they've heard and the troubles they've heard, and hope to find safety in new lands. Others are, maybe some of you say, no, like, I mean, we're pretty sure that our continent might be fucked. Like, I don't know if that's the right move, and it becomes a 50-50 where some people are like, no, we're gonna stay and see what we can do with the ships and see if we can make it for Gorsar or Wildmount, see what we can get together. And you bid some of them goodbye. Some of those people are people from Avalier. Some of those people are from Calamity. Some of the Avalier people are like, well, we're done being treated like we're fucking evil, so we're gonna go get on a ship and go literally anywhere else besides this fucking stupid country. And some of them are like, you guys got us this far, we'll stick with it. Why not? Maybe we could find refuge with the Knowing Mistress in her faith. A lot of the Cathamoirans stay, some go, some stay, heading for the elven lands of Gorsar. But eventually, you leave Seagate, and you head for Vasselheim. I imagine you journey with haste, but after not being fed well enough for a couple of days there, and after your exertions there, and know you have the mighty, I wouldn't say mighty, but certainly the fortified city, the walled city of Seagate behind you, you're not as worried about being, attacked from behind. And so maybe you take your time, get a little bit more sleep. You don't risk as much exhaustion. So by the time you get to Vasselheim, I'm going to say you're all clear of exhaustion. And so are your refugees, whoever remained with you. So that would be about 100 people, maybe a little less. All of you arrive in Vasselheim, weary from travel, tired, sick of rations, and dried meat and, like, nuts, but alive and, here. And that's worth noting. You have made it to Vassal. Vassal. This is the cradle of civilization. This is the cradle of religion. This is where every civilization began its roots. The very first mortal race to walk the earth were the elves, and the very first place that they began to make homes, places to live, was that very spot that you look upon, Vasselheim. When Moradin forged, the Allhammer forged, the dwarves upon his mighty anvil, they settled there too, first. And then when humans came around, why not they as well? Every civilization can trace their ancestry back to this one city that is the bulwark of the faith of Exaria. This is the Dawn City. This is Vasselheim. You look upon this magnificent city, the likes of which we have never seen before. Even those of you from Avalier are astonished, for Avalier is not like this. Avalier had its skyscrapers. It flied around on a floating mountain. It was a spectacle, make no mistake, but it was not as big as this. This city, this Vasselheim, it's probably 3 or 4 times as large as Avalier. It has 3 layers of walls that defend at the very center of it 2 massive palaces, one of black stone and one of white. And the entire mountain that it rests upon, as you can see on the Roll20 image here, it has this massive trailing sort of crater that floods up the side of the mountain. And it looks almost like someone shot a, or maybe a god, maybe a primordial, shot a great beam of magic that almost split the mountain in half. And at the base of that very mountain is Vasselheim. You guys make your way towards the gate with all of your refugees, and you are going to see the first of Vasselheim's mighty warriors. Standing at the gate is, and looks to already be, a larger guard than you might expect, even for such a well-defended city as this bastion that is the Dawn City. You are going to see, of various colors, Dragonborn, bearing tower shields, bearing blue and silver, the symbol of the Platinum Dragon, the god of protection and honor. These Dragonborns are not quite as tall as Hekator, but nonetheless great in size. They are broad, they are mighty, they are scaled, they wear heavy plate armor, each and every one. They are endowed with knightly honors on their armor, and they have swords at their hips. They also wear helmets across their Dragonborn frame that sort of complement their dragon snouts. They're mostly Dragonborn, but there are humans and elves and orcs and whatever else amongst them. Similarly, broad, stalwart warriors who fight as well. And one of the Dragonborn will see the great size and say, "Halt, for you are not kept from the city, but step forth those who would call this group its masters and leaders. We would know what trials you have faced to have come so many for so far, it seems."
Yes, I'm Leosatra Willamite, and I come from Avalier, and some of us here come from Avalier and Cap Moira. Others are refugees across Athansia, and we have traveled a great distance. And she'll give a brief overview of their travels, and finally at the end we'll tell them that the Dawnfather gate has fallen, and she'll look down and her calm face when she tells them.
This is all a great shock to them. You can see very clearly on a passive insight that they were stationed here in greater number. They know that something was up, but this is more than they could have ever expected, even these stalwart warriors. They look in shock and say, "Well, it is good you have come. My, what trials you have faced. The Dawnfather's gate has fallen? This in truth, you know this to be so."
Yes, they courageously gave their lives to give us a head start. We wouldn't have made it.
And the Dawnfather warriors have ever still earned their honor as they always have. I had the great honor to briefly meet with the High Palatine Suri. He was a great man. Let us bar you no further, nor make any more trouble for your journey. Please, the dragon shields of Bahamut welcome you to the city. Please enter within. You will find refuge, all that you need within the first districts between the first and second wall. Uh, he will look about him and say, I am sure if you tell your tale, you will find those that need to hear it quickly. Be welcome. Please come now. And they certainly have been not barring you or guarding the gate or what have you, but simply curious to know what the hell's going on. And they certainly open to you and welcome you within its mighty gates. Now, as you approach, you see ever still that Vasselheim, this is no place of fluff. This is a place of great intensity. Faith is taken exceptionally seriously here in Vasselheim. For lack of a better term, it is not a city of fun. It is a city of reverence. And everything here seems regimented by the brass bells you hear ringing through the city to mark a time of prayer in the day, to the thick military walls of this city made of marble. And as you pass through the gate, you are going to see sort of sprawling around the entrance is wrote in various languages. Dwarvish, Elvish, Common, Gnomish, all the many languages. What little you pick up on the way through, you can quickly pick up. It is the names of families and clans whose roots descend from Basel. And it is filled. And it's astonishing. And the reverence of the city is immediately apparent in the hundreds and hundreds of family names and clans of dwarves that all descend from this place. You make your way in. You find yourself into the first district, the outer district. You see sprawling markets, inns, training yards. The smell of incense is immediately hits your nose. It can be found easily on the wind. There is the smell of sweat and animals. The city is packed with people. No matter where you turn, the streets are packed. Even more so than the city of Abalir, even more so than the city of Capoeira, there are many people here. Not stuffed in, but shit, maybe it feels like it, especially to someone like Ganbaatar, Red, or Hekator, who comes from wider open spaces. There are inns running, and you have made it. You would know that if you have faith to give or prayers to be made, those can easily be found in the middle district. But for now, you're in the outer, and you are immediately greeted by a number of people, priests. We don't need to worry too much about the logistics of the matter, but priests begin to start coming forward, very much in a charitable sense, and these people look like they need help, and I'm a priest, that's what I do. You would see priests of Changebringer, you would see priests of the Everlight, you would see priests of the Platinum Dragon come forth, and they start being like, to the people around you, like, oh, do you have somewhere to stay? Well, why don't you come? We've prepared refuge for, and immediately start sort of sorting you all out. Sorting out the refugees anyway. But as you six stand here together, coming to the city of Vasselheim, your journey has led you here, and here you have made it. And now the city is yours to do with what you will. As you look around at one another, what is the next steps? What do you say? What is your experience?
Well, we got them here. Great work. All of you.
Can't help but wonder what's next for us.
Hekator will look at an inn. Well, I could use a beer.
Is that like the thing the Dwarven brothers were drinking?
They were drinking. They had. Don't tell me.
I'm sorry. I think I overstepped.
There's just one brother left.
He's been
Yes,
drinking
Lyle.
as well.
You might catch the final Stone Axe brother who has been a little bit more stoic, reserved, a little more quietly furious. And you kind of like catch glimpse of him as he kind of stands and looks around the city a little lost in this armor that doesn't quite fit a mason. This honor guard dwarven plate armor that doesn't quite fit a mason. Seems to have a permanent scowl these days.
Should we invite him?
I would like to.
I'll see.
Those of you that would approach, I'm going to have a very quick side note here. Leah, the crazy dwarf lady, did bring you chocolate, by the way. That one night you asked, or told her not to. She brought you chocolate anyway and kind of gave it to you and said, you know. And maybe as you were sort of looking around and whatever, you kind of, she's been kind of like around every corner since that night, where she's just been kind of like as if she's been waiting to be told what to do by you. And you see her even now, where she's like, maybe by like a back alley and kind of half waves to you and you're like,
Angela in the office to Dwight.
Exactly
God!
I'll wave her over. Yeah, because we're going for a drink, right? So
she kind of comes over. She isn't fully Gollum, to be clear, but when she doesn't stand, she's definitely squats. But when she walks, she definitely does it in like a hunched kind of gremlin-y, kind of goblin-y kind of way. And she kind of walks up to you and says, "Yes, master. You don't like master. You're like, yeah." She speaks very quietly so no one else hears. She says, what would you ask it?
well, would you like to have a drink with us?
Oh, what kind of drink?
The one of the alcoholic sorts?
Oh, if that is what you wish. That is what you wish.
Well, yes. I mean, do you wish to join us?
I wish only to do what I am told, so that all is well. So that all is well. Yes.
Okay. Well, between us girls, we need to work on a little something called confidence, okay? So when you want something, you speak your mind. And so if you would like to come with us and have a drink, you should say so and speak your mind.
Oh. He looks at the hearth, the tavern. You know, she goes, "Oh, no, I don't think that's where I should be. There's perhaps other places I should be. Yes, but I will always be ready to be of service as you require. That is what I wish to do. I wish to serve so that all is as well as it can be for me."
So why the change in behavior?
Oh, she sort of draws even closer and kind of gestures for you to come down so she can whisper to you.
Yeah, she'll get closer.
She says, "Because we serve the same master, and he makes it hurt when you don't listen."
She'll like jump back.
And she'll grin creepily wide at you, as if you both have a girl secret together. She goes, "I'll be ready for when you have a command for me. Yes, enjoy your tavern."
I have no master, she says, like trying to put her foot down as she like scurries off, I guess.
Yeah, she looks a little. She looks a little seriously at you, like she can't believe you said that. Not in like you blaspheme, but in like you're crazy to have said something. Then she goes, "Oh, of course, as you say, as you say. But I happily serve you, of course. I never, never, of course. I go now. I go now. Enjoy. Yes, as you can. And she will scurry away quickly as to be away from the proximity of such a declaration.
Oh no. Lee's in trouble and she doesn't know it yet.
In the meantime, I heard Mira and Zeivre wanted to approach our dwarven friend. You indeed approach the middle brother who remains, Yerva Stoneaxe. Again, I mean, his picture looks heroic as fuck. But I would say what is different about it is that he maybe his beard isn't so excellently presented, and he has the look of somebody who doesn't quite fit his boots. He's wearing the armor of the honor guard of a dwarven king, and he is a mason who every battle he has been in has lost a brother. He is maybe becoming a warrior and understanding the burden of a warrior, but he is not yet worthy of the armor he wears. And he has the look of somebody who knows it.
Is he the youngest?
He's the middle, which may be worse.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But yeah, you approach. And he, again, permanently scowling. He says,
Resting dwarf face.
resting dwarf face, that's right. Hey, made it. It's quite a sight, admittedly. There may be sky over our head, but still well enough.
Bit like a fish out of water.
He looks around and goes, dwarven walls, good, best kind.
They're dwarven walls.
What else would they be?
I don't know.
He kind of says something like, you can tell by the smoothness between the bricks. It's, elves don't like to work with stone, and humans aren't much for aesthetic. They don't care about the details like we dwarves do, so dwarven walls, thick, high, it's a good thing.
Well, dwarven walls are on the outside. I don't see what else is dwarven in that tavern.
He even with a chuckle and a laugh, the brow still doesn't unfurl. I could use a good drink. Gives you a nod. It's as much as a thanks as he probably is wont to give these days. And yeah, he will absolutely accompany upon your invitation.
Wonderful.
As the six of you, by the sounds of it, find your way into some relief after a journey hard spent, a well-deserved relief, a well-deserved comfort after what you faced so far, you guys entered into a lovely tavern. And you hear familiar sounds. Sounds from another life. All of you have surely been in taverns, but not since the world got turned up upon its head. Ganbaatar, ever since the first signs of abnormalities on the steppe, you've been riding your ass off across Othanzia. Many of you from Avalier and Cathmoira maybe saw your last tavern during the replenishment, which didn't go well. And Zeivre, actually, I think you don't know if you've been in a tavern at all, but this might be your first one. There's maybe something familiar about it, but not quite either. Where is my tavern? Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, my thing has been playing like sad music this whole time, which is fair. Tavern, warmth, hearth, hall. very much the domain of Moradin and other gods in some sense. The interior is packed. There are tons of people. As you enter into this tavern, it is called. Hey, come on, you wee bastards. Tell me your name. Sorry, I've got a very long document here. This is called the Stone Chalice Inn. The interior is filled mostly with pilgrims, people who have traveled long and far to see the holy city. Not many people come to Vasselheim as travelers who are not pilgrims. It is an arduous journey and one not easily taken. There are Althansians in here, civilians of Althansia, who maybe look a little like refugees. The place is a little more packed to capacity than you're used to. The tables are all filled. There are bunks sort of like built into the very walls of the tavern. Doesn't look like the most comfortable or peaceful place to get some sleep, but sleep is needed. There is a second level, which is probably filled to capacity as well. You hear the bells outside kind of go dong, 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 and you see in that moment various people briefly perform various practices. You might see the very few dwarves in here sort of raise their glass, tap it on the table, and pour a little bit out on the ground. You might see a couple of pilgrims sort of head outside and kind of make a gesture towards the sun. Other people might make just like a little, not a cross, but maybe a similar symbol, like maybe Followers of the Moonweaver might make like a crescent moon across their chest. And various people just sort of like make a moment of faith known during their revelries throughout the day, and then things continue. You go up to the bar, and you are going to see who's serving here. I am going to say you see a half elf. A half elf. He is wearing. What is he wearing? What has he got? He's probably got a symbol of Arathis and a symbol of Corlon, just sort of like on his vest, like in no great presentation of magnificent religion, but even in standard wear, he wears them. And he goes, "Oh, welcome. More business. I'll warn you, we're quite near capacity here, but if you can find a seat, you're more than welcome, and I'm happy to take your order. What can I get for you?" And this is very much like the club bartender who's has been serving drinks non-stop for 3 hours. He's got that look about him where he's like, yeah, what do you want? Yeah, tell me your order.
Should we just get a barrel?
A barrel, please.
Barrel? Something in it? Ale? Wine?
Beer, ale? Is that
Ale? Okay.
a
For
barrel of ale?
6 people? Looks like you look like the 6 of you. 6 of you?
Do you have
7?
Dwarven?
7?
Dwarven?
We just ran out of Dwarven, sorry.
Someone order. I don't.
Okay, I'm hearing 7, a barrel of ale for 7? Okay, great. And you'll be like, yeah, we'll be like, that'll be a goal. Ale supply is going down in the city, so prices are up a little bit. Sorry, guys.
Would I have gold?
I don't know, would you? Oh no, you left in your nightgown, dude. You didn't pick up any gold.
Yeah,
we
so we're
got
just broke.
we each got 100 from where we picked up Zeivre.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You could have picked up a little there.
Gan will pay for the barrel.
God, you toss down a gold. This person is very the patience again of a bar person who's been working for 3 hours and has 6 more people to serve. He goes, "Okay, great, thanks," and pulls it in his pocket and sort of shouts and goes, "Another keg of ale from the back for 7," and then makes his way down the bar to serve somebody else. And you guys can go try and find a place for all of you to post up. If anyone, if someone wants to take leadership for trying to find somewhere to sit, that's gonna be a persuasion or intimidation check.
I could try, but I think Willa might be the leader in this scenario.
Well, I mean, it's really how bad we want a table.
Yeah.
We've only been traveling for days,
Yeah.
weeks even.
Sit down? What?
No, we'll stand. It's fine.
Oh man. No, Zeivre, why don't you give it a go and then yeah, if you need some help, you've got a team where we've got your back.
Okay. Sure. And he
Leah's
kind of
Leah's like, my boyfriend didn't order pickles on his burger. And it's like everybody else in the back,
he like scopes the scene. He's looking for like one dude that's maybe taking up like a whole table to himself.
Well, there's nobody, man. There's nobody. And every seat is filled here. If somebody's doing, he's like, oh, it's for my friends. They're like, yeah, okay, and they sit down anyway, you know.
Who looks almost done?
Who looks almost done? I'll tell you what. You got two choices here. There is a little table of priests dedicated to the Everlight. There's like a mix of races, mix of genders and stuff. And then there is a table of pilgrims of various faiths. Those two seem to be like they've been here for a while, maybe.
I think he'll go over to the priests of the Everlight.
Okay. Okay. What do you say?
Excuse me, gentlemen of the cloth.
Yes, my child.
My companions and I, we've just traveled all the way from the Dawnfather's gate. We were hoping to get some reprieve at a table. Sadly, it seems there's not many left. So if you could be so kind as to let my party sit at this table.
Make me a persuasion check. I will say you have advantage because Leah's probably standing behind you, backing you up. By the sound.
It's like challenging them to challenge me.
Yeah, Leah's like a foot shorter than you, and she's behind you going,
like,
she's got a crowbar.
Okay.
What do you roll?
Pretty fantastic. 24 with advantage.
They look around at each other and sigh, and one of them says, compassion is one of her commandments, my brothers. And they will sort of take a last sip and say, very well, you may have our table. And they kind of trudge out as the followers of the Everlight are perhaps usually targeted for mercies and charity, as it is their commandments to be merciful, patient, and compassionate. And they give you their table.
He like thanks each and every one of them. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're very kind about it. You're like, oh, yes, of course. We better be getting back anyway. And you guys find a seat. I'll say your dwarf buddy just like, well, one guy's like reaching across the table, just like slips a little seat and sits on, and the guy falls over, and he like whatever doesn't give a fuck. And I was like, oh,
guys, I got it. They left.
They just left?
I talked him into it.
I see a couple guys come over and be like, "Hey, are you using these seats? Could we take those seats toward? Would that be? Could we take those seats to the table?"
I'm sorry. We just got this table. I'm sorry.
Someone says, "Hey, look." Some other group comes up to you and says, "Hey, look, we've been on a long journey recently. I mean, we've been traveling for weeks. We just got off a ship off at Seagate 3 days ago.
Oh.
We just want to see."
Okay.
You can kick rocks.
The dwarf is like, "You get out of here. This is our table."
I'm waiting for Leah to interrupt with like a deep demon voice where she's like, "Said they're taken."
Does Leah make any interruptions?
No, No,
sees everyone else getting pushed onto his back foot. They're like, come on, man. Like, you gotta. We're in the Dawn City
Come on,
here. Can
man.
we? Come on. They're fighting over. Does Leah say anything? Does Leah do anything?
No, I don't know. Sorry.
All right.
Soraya doesn't know. I'm sorry. I can't come up with anything. I guess
It's all
not.
good. No
Guys,
worries.
guys, sit down, please. Please.
Hey,
All of you guys, yeah, you guys hurry over and say, and the guy, come on, they're like, okay. And they go over to the pilgrims. Excuse me, look, we've been, and they immediately start trying to get another table out of their chairs.
Ooh. That was, they really wanted that table.
If you handled it, Zevriel, well done.
Thank you. Not usually in this situation.
Didn't bully them, did you?
No! He's like, how could you even suggest such a thing?
What? By the Dawnfather?
No, I didn't bully them.
They just left. Because you talked to him.
Yes,
Your stone axe gets a bit of a mischievous look in his eye, and he goes, you should have heard him bullying priests of the Everlight, using their religion against them.
Must have been it.
It's like I said, please.
It was despicable. Shows him the Dawn City, and the first thing it does is, manipulate some priests with their religion out of a chair.
Oh no, is that what I did?
That's that abuse of power there.
Oh my god.
Hekator will sit down and just start producing weapons, putting them out on the table.
Stone axe will just elbow use everyone. He says, but the old hammer says promote loyalty to the clan, to your people, so it's fine.
Good. He like has a exhale.
Then he'll Dawnfathers, yeah. You guys have gotten a seat, and then some. You guys probably see. Sure, we see a dwarf kind of making his way through the bar with like a filled keg of drinks like this through the bar, like working his way between people, kind of, and settles it on the table. And he kind of starts reaching across all of you. Doesn't say anything. He just starts taking all the dirty mugs, and starts cleaning them right there. I'm kidding. He doesn't do that. I just couldn't help myself. He takes them. And he goes, "I'll be back. Yeah, give me a second."
Nice notes.
He walks away, and he comes back with the same. Never missed cake day. He comes back with the same mugs, and you know what? He probably does wash them at the table. He probably like takes out a wet rag from his bar bib and like kind of cleans them and starts handing them around the table and leaves before anyone can say anything.
All right. How does one use a
undisturbed? He starts pouring them for everybody.
Oh. All right. So this is a tavern.
Aye, and this is a proper pint. Just start down.
This is a lot more than what you and your brothers gave me. Talking to the dwarf.
Hello. Yeah, he kind of was, taverns, that's where you go to get properly sloshed if you don't have a great supply.
Is this as strong as what I drink?
No. And it's not. It's what you drank from him was like dwarven whiskey, which is probably like wicked high proof, and this is like a watered down tavern ale. So yeah, not close.
I think he's realizing that like beers are served usually a lot more volume than what he drinks. So Okay. And he'll kind of look at it and he'll drink. It's not bad.
Not great either. You should really try some Avalerian wine. That's
Wine.
Mira says, well, I think the world's fresh out of that. It's just it. Goes, piss water.
Looking Bud Light, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yeah, he has more though. It's fucking piss water has more.
I feel like I want to like take a sip and like, oh yeah, almost like a young teenager who's had like alcohol for the first time. I'm like, like make like a weird face, like a
You do the bird like.
yeah.
You're coughing up a pellet.
Is it hard to drink from a glass when you have a beak?
Are you allowed to ask me
I don't know. I'm sorry.
that.
Well, is it?
I mean, yeah, kind of. So I
All
pour
right.
it. I don't put like my beak to it. I try and like you know, like in Beauty and the Beast, and he has like the porridge, and he's like dumping it into his mouth like that.
Do you get like a funnel and just like stick it in the back of your throat and just kind of?
But then, yeah, just make this utterly like disgusted face. But like, I'm like, it's
You're just like drip pouring it a little bit. Just kind of.
it's good.
I'm gonna need to make you a better mug. Maybe one with a spout. You're dripping it on your feathers.
Oh yeah, reds.
And the dog is licking it now.
Yeah, the dog's like licking the feathers that are hanging.
Do they have straws here?
What?
A straw for red? I think it might be easier.
Can birds suck?
Shut up.
I don't know if you're allowed to ask that question.
I don't know if you're allowed to ask me that question.
Some guy on the next table says, "Oh no, the wild mother doesn't like straws. It's bad for the turtles. So no straws are allowed in Vasselheim."
A wooden straw, perhaps?
Metal.
Yeah, not good for sea turtles. So
Oh,
no straws. Straws are legal in Vasselheim.
sorry, I asked.
Magic and straws are banned.
Magic and straws. Magics are the last straws.
You just want a turkey baster. You put it in the mug.
Well,
Here goes. So, is this it then? That's the journey. Got all these people to the safety of Vasselheim, and now we just kind of make new lives, I guess.
Well, I'm going to enjoy this with you, and then I need to go report to the con.
Wow.
How far is that from here?
I need to find out where they're encamped. I don't have any idea.
I would say, Ganbaatar, you would know that the con is probably housed in the inner district, where, like, the very highest of priests and, like, the heart of religion is here in Vasselheim. It's not open to the public. It's where the most sacred of relics and the most important of priests and blah, 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 blah happens.
He probably reported to the innermost district. I would imagine that's where somebody of his station and stature would be housed. His troops are probably scattered throughout Vasselheim, would be my guess, to bolster the existing forces.
Is the Khan? I mean, I suppose everyone is protecting their land this time. Is the Khan actively campaigning against the forces of evil?
He made direct movement of his troops and people to Vasselheim when the situation became apparent. There has been portent and signs that said something was going to happen. And when he did, he already had plans in place. Plans to move his people here, to bolster this city with the people and troops for protection and to augment. He had outriders go to the various other communities to send word that they should in turn move to Vasselheim or retreat to Vasselheim. Some elected to, some elected not to. And those of us who were amongst his outriders were also given locations to stop and to foster any refugees that had arrived there to here.
So
Well,
the
your
Khan. Good.
Oh, I was just going to say your Khan seems like a very wise and strategic man.
He is a great leader.
And he's confident that Vasselheim could stand up against whatever's coming. The force that was coming after us.
He is absolutely certain.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank the spirits for that. I'll take a long drink.
I'm certain that he and the members of his council would be interested to meet and hear your stories if you were so inclined.
Of
Of course.
I don't have much of a story for him to hear, but I would like to meet this man nonetheless.
I'm happy to.
Stoneaxe rolls his eyes and goes, "Oh, man fell from the sky in a beam of light. Ain't got nothing interesting to say, eh?"
Well, I suppose usually that would be considered an interesting conversation topic, but I could be a little off-putting. It's hard to relate to someone when that's the start of the conversation, don't you think?
I feel like this whole conversation will be difficult to relate to, though. Yeah? Like, it's all been pretty
shite.
different. Yeah, it's all been pretty shite.
Pretty shit.
Fair. Well, I mean, if the Khan has things going on outside of the city, then maybe talking to him could be our next stop.
Hey. And maybe the leaders of this place.
At minimum, he should be able to tell us a little bit more about what's going on in the immediate vicinity and what he's heard from the other outriders. I was absolutely not the only one. And hopefully at least some of them have made it in with whatever people that they were able to gather.
seem like a very serious man, Ganbaatar.
I have a duty.
That's fair.
Iota goes, "Yay, duty!"
I respect that.
They're learning a lot more words as the days pass.
Stegosaurus.
You
I don't know
saw
how
him.
I don't know how they learned that one. I didn't say that.
What? Iota, what is a stegosaurus?
I don't know. It's a fun word.
It is a
Yay!
fun word.
Mira trying to get a wild shape out of the Iota. Always on the hunt.
Describe it to me.
Was it
Me
perhaps
anatomical details.
Sketch me a picture.
I'm going to send it to someone no one knows.
DM, can I leave this image of a Stegosaurus right here in the stone, and my character from the other Exandria game uncover it 800 years later? Is that possible?
Not a bad idea.
Could you imagine?
the answers. Okay. Stone Axe says, "Well, you all fancy leaders are worthy of your all, meeting a great people and such. But I know I was invited, but I'm gonna go get good with my god. So we'll have fun being fancy and important."
If it's
Oh, wait.
Can I?
Oh yeah, shit.
Go ahead, Hekator.
We all three grab him at the same time.
No. We need an emotional support dwarf.
Hekator will just
actually.
quickly say, Hekator will quickly say, "I've got a lot of weapons to return." He'll start like taking all these very fancy
fuck.
dwarven armaments and just unpacking his pack.
Oh, hey, all right. I was gonna turn in my armor too. Like, all right, yeah, sure. I'll hand it off for you if you want. You probably could yourself. Get yourself a little rub with Moradin,
Perhaps, but I think we're safe
he'll
here.
know. He'll know where it comes from. He's the Allhammer.
Would you want this battle axe back?
He looks at the hole that Hekator just handed him and all the cool shit he already has. He goes, I mean, I don't need it. And say any one of you have earned what you have, so I certainly don't take offense in you owning it. If anyone ever gives you any shit, tell them to look up Stone Axe and he'll set them right.
I'll tell them I have one dwarven friend.
Yeah, perfect. They won't take that poorly at all.
Will you be at the Temple of the Allhammer?
I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, where the fuck am I going? Came all this way.
May I look you up
It's
later?
a big city, but still, I'm not going anywhere.
May I look you up later, please?
Hey, of course. Don't know many except for all of you, so I'll probably be bugging you too at some point. Big city, but we'll find each other around. But yeah, if you need to find me, leave a message at the temple. I'll probably be visiting there a bunch.
Isn't it Dwarven History Month?
Well, why would I want a Dwarven History Month? You have a ASMR History Month?
I want a Dwarven History
Oh.
Month. I've never seen stonework like that ever. My mother was a bridge builder, but she wasn't. I love my mother, but she couldn't do that.
Your mother was a bridge builder.
Neither of my parents are magical. Yes, my mother was an engineer, but she was very hands-on. She was, I thought, quite a gifted mason before I stood in the dwarven halls. I see now that she was good for a human. My dad was an event planner. He planned parties.
That's a job.
It's kind of a weird job. Anyways,
Apparently, having a
Yeah.
calamity is a very large party.
The whole replenishment thing, there was a bunch of celebrations involved. So my father was a big part of coordinating all of the events for the public, all of the celebratory events. I don't.
oh
What's the
yeah,
replenishment?
yeah. Oh, I know what that is. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah. That's what my parents did.
It's like this big party the Cathmoirans have every couple of years where they're like, woohoo, here comes Avalier. You know, the flying mountain touches the ground and everybody, I don't know, fucking drinks and celebrates.
Essentially, usually Avalier doesn't fall from the sky and kill
Yeah, it came in a
everything
little
in a.
hot last time.
Yeah, it doesn't usually do that.
Yeah. Well,
What ridges on Avalier?
not anymore.
Oh,
I'm gonna go. I need to go. I need to go
Walk
pray
easy,
for-
Sternex.
All right. He's like, he puts his ale down. He goes, all right, I'll see y'all. And yeah, he just kind of.
after you
meanders
speak
out.
to your god, try to speak to some of the masons of the city walls. Maybe they'll give you some jobs.
Maybe. He'll walk out with his bundle of fine dwarven arms and armaments. As y'all know, so you see it around, and he'll head out. And yeah. You guys find the barrel has quickly gone empty as there was 7 of you. And you guys got all your horses hitched outside. Maybe it's time to go head to the inner city and meet the Khan. If that is the next move for the party, but for now, let's take a break before we go have that interaction.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll be back in
Sounds
about
good.
15 minutes.
There's something about the banter of this party. I just love it. I don't know.
It's got the right amount of like reprieve, like comedic reprieve, you know.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very there's a lot of doom and gloom and high stakes. It's good to have those moments of reprieve.
Yeah. I like that I'm playing a character that's very like not world-wise, you know, in the traditional sense. So he's learning a lot of these things that probably were a staple to many of your lives before.
Yeah.
um,
I love coming into a campaign and not knowing much. I like being fresh off the boat a little bit. And being like, what's this? What's that?
yeah, there's almost like, I don't know, like an innocence to it. Like
Yeah.
like the world is so big because I don't know where it all fits in.
Yeah. It's also easier as like a player to play characters and know everything because it's it sucks when like you and your DM don't have the same expectations. You know what I mean? And that can be
Yeah.
tough. It's hard to get on the
Definitely.
same page sometimes.
Yeah,
Just gotta
we're
talk.
not a hive mind, you know?
No, yeah. Communication. It's the solution to all problems.
Do you think it would be a boon or a bane if all of humanity was in the same hive mind?
I don't want to think about it.
Oh God.
Probably a bane. I have a lot of fucked up thoughts about what to do to all of you.
Oh shit.
The Ruiner? Sure. Why not?
Ryan, did you just think about the ruiner?
No.
Someone
I
did.
know. Yeah, you'd be sitting at home on TV, and I'd be over here being like, "That's a great idea," and you're like, "That's a great idea," and he's like, "Well, now there's no point playing it out." Everything would have to be improv. Everything would have to be improv. I
Yeah.
have to be off the cuff with everything,
Mm-hmm. No thoughts. Just,
or we just
Like-
play D&D all the time. Literally every moment
dude.
of every day, just play D&D. I'm sitting here with fucking rings around. No more. I need a break.
Tempt me further.
me. Like, boy, throwing money at me. Go. Okay. Come to the town of fucking whatever.
Initiative.
I'll tell you what, Ganbaatar, the Daggerheart book comes with a couple of pre-made settings with like special mechanics for each one of them. There's one in there called Five Banners Burning, and I'm like, it looks pretty good. I'm pretty into it. I kind of want to run it a little bit. It's got a touch.
I'll have to give it a look,
Yeah, it's got
or not give it a look, as the case may be.
Yeah, well, it's all cool. It gives you like just enough to intrigue you. It doesn't give you everything, which I like. It's cool. It's only like 3 pages. But yeah, it's a little political intrigue, but it puts the players on the ground and gives you the right tools to run it. And I think I've learned enough about what not to do in those kinds of games to get it right.
So is this a testing?
The Sunday game is just sort of like a here it is. Here's Daggerheart. Like, enjoy. But if if people are liking it, I'll run a campaign. I probably will, man. I may have already prepped the first couple sessions for the burning game by accident one night. Yep. That's how it goes.
Oh, sir, you have been paid. Also.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh. My strength returning.
I think I paid a little more.
Yeah,
maybe.
But that's okay. I just bank that shit. Yeah. Oops. Put that all.
Actually, that's a good reminder.
Yeah. There you go, baby. Don't spend it all in one place.
Buy yourself something nice, precious.
Get those earrings that I like.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're still here?
Yep.
I didn't mean it, baby. I didn't mean it. It means nothing to me.
Doubly done.
Thank you.
What fucking earring?
Oh, that feels good. It's great. That's that good shit.
Kevin, I don't know why when you said that, I just pictured like some random like Italian housewife that's being cheated on. Fucking earrings.
What is it?
The same fucking earrings you bought me.
Are these?
You fucking piece of shit.
You just bought 2 pairs? The same time it's on the receipt, you piece of shit.
New campaign! Hekator is playing
An Italian housewife.
Italian housewife.
You know that one chick that was in she was like one of the newer players in Critical Role. I think she's like Hispanic or something.
Oh yeah, Amy Carrero.
Yeah, and she was playing a basically like a Latina dwarf or something, like a
what was her
halfling?
name?
I don't remember. I just remember
something Bembachula.
Yeah, but you said she was like a cafe con leche skin tone. I think there might have been some what do they call that, injection or
some lip filler.
No, the like when somebody like basically implants like a character from from their life. You know what I mean? Like, into a game.
A self-insert.
Yeah.
This would be a person I know.
Yeah.
What's a non-self-insert?
Yeah.
No,
Really.
I can't really make a character that isn't at least somewhat like myself. You know, like for the most part, they can be. I mean, for the most part, I make characters that are pretty in line with my own personal wishes, but
Should try DMing
Live
for
by
a
the
bit.
sword, die by the sword, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've done a little bit of DMing. I'm not, up to the standard of Ryan Dalterson son.
Oh,
Uh,
no one's up to that standard.
yeah,
I only put in NPCs that are like me. I mean, Asmodeus, man, I have to omit some stuff. So, yeah,
yeah.
That fucking crazed dwarf girl,
that's
exactly
great.
mine. I mean,
Tiamat,
Me on Wing Wednesday? Yeah, send them to me.
I've only played like one female character, and it was like I had a lot of fun. Uh, but I mean, it was still kind of me at the base, like the want for power and uh, you know, owning my own realm in the Feywild. Normal man thoughts, right? I mean, but yeah, that was cool.
Ryan can testify that I played the world's worst Karen. Lois Anna was the world's worst Karen.
Oh God.
I got my feelings hurt a couple times.
I would like to speak to the manager.
You're like,
At every
okay. It's like, yeah, pretty much. I like to go somewhere where I want something. I'm like, oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Probably
man.
starts off like, nice and cordial. Like, yeah, can I get
This
some health
character was
potions?
the definition of I'm gonna write a shitty review about this place.
Oh no.
Your Yelp
and
is
and she
done.
pulled punch 0. Not
Oh
one
my
single
God.
punch was pulled. I'm gonna run you into the ground.
Oh,
Because I
She
can.
went past the managers. I don't even want to see your manager.
my
I want the
god.
fucking CEO. Bring him
Show
in
me your
here.
fucking guild leader right now.
Franchise,
Yeah, right the fuck now. I had in my head when she got captured by Brayland. I imagined that the guardsmen were drawing straws behind the scene for who had to be the one who was the guard her at the door. Had to be like the door guardsman.
We have a
Put bags over their heads
disturbance.
so that you couldn't destroy their lives afterwards.
All right, guys, we have a disturbance in the merchant section. It's her. Fuck!
Oh, fuck!
You're going this
No!
time. I'm not fucking going this time.
I quit. I quit.
You're contracted, dumbass. Fucking.
I don't give a fuck. I'm buying out.
You're gonna desert. You're gonna
Sue me for breach.
kill him.
She's a lawyer.
I'm gonna hire her as a lawyer. Dude, that would have been hilarious if I had a character come to you and be like, hey, I quit the guard staff because I didn't want to be assigned to you, and now they're suing me for breach of contract. And you'd be my lawyer.
So first I'm gonna sue you, then I'm gonna represent you on this case to sue those motherfuckers.
Just see the rest. Of
Yes,
the
that's- Lois Anna would absolutely do that.
the Corvair just burned down and never drew a blade. Never drew a single blade. The pen is mightier than the sword.
She is the fundamental putting out fires with gasoline.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I get messages like, I'm gonna put this one out with gasoline. I was like, fuck. Fuck.
Oh man.
And
I should have made a Karen, dude.
she was the less strange of the two characters I proposed for that game.
Yeah, the other one.
The first one freaked everybody out within 2 sessions, and I just had to go, now we're gonna put you over here.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they all went to that same place a couple of months later.
I'm surprised everyone was so wigged out by that. I mean, we've done weirder shit. I don't know. That was too much, but whatever.
What was weird?
She was a doctor, and we all had these new dragon marks that showed up, and people had questions about, because some people had 2 dragon marks. So there were questions does it breed true? Does it do all of these things? And she developed a plan for, this is how you do the test. This is, where the double blinds are, all the way down. And apparently that was a little ick making.
I mean, medical, I mean, it's normal medical procedure, it sounds,
Yeah. Well, it was,
research.
well, the first thing we need to do is we had some men, some women in the group,
Hmm.
male and female characters. So it's much easier to do the testing using the men
Mm.
because they don't have gestation time that they have to deal with. So
Mm.
you can line up a bunch of surrogates to see if you're, and that apparently was the step too far.
Hmm.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of the only way to answer some of the burning questions about dragon marks,
Yeah.
Like if you cut
I
it
was,
off of
I
one
was
person
just
and put it on someone else, like, do they get the power or,
I was just surprised. I'm like, I honestly I have like no idea where the line is. Like as a DM, I do not know where the line is. I'm like,
Yeah,
I
and I
know
mean,
where some of the line is, but then sometimes content will pop up that seems very mild compared to other shit, and people flip. But I'm like,
oh yeah,
okay.
last night, you were describing to someone who had never done it
Oh,
before how it was to cut someone's
Oh
head
yeah.
off for a bounty, right?
yeah.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
it was all. I think when Colin spoke up, it was like in good taste, but you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
I don't care about that shit.
Colin's got a little. Colin's had some surgeries, and that's I
Oh,
think
I didn't
why.
even think about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his stomach thing. So
Yeah.
I know him. He's got that specific thing about
Mm-hmm.
him. That was my mistake. He has talked to me about that. That was, it was a while ago, so I forgot. But that was one of them. But that one's just kind of his thing. And everyone's got their little things here. But I guess I'm more referring to like when the majority of the group just suddenly is like that was too much, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Derek,
It's
Derek looked like he he looked like he was definitely feeling the the cringe from the act, which I think is
yeah.
true to his character's like how what he would be experiencing in that moment.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think he more didn't want. I don't know. I think Derek goes back and forth with like playing Nero as he is, which is like is kind of a little bit more cowardly character, back the line character,
mhm.
and I don't know, I try and play it. I'm like, hey, you're not a violent person. You're about to like cut a dude's head off, and describe that, and
Yeah,
then his character, and then I made his character get a con save, didn't go well. He threw up, and he wants to. And then in that situation, nobody wants to be the like, oh, I can't handle it, anyone else can handle it, right? So I think that's what it was.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Mm.
I don't know.
I have one story that I never tell. I
Until
I
now.
grew up with two veterinarians as parents,
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
and I worked in the hospital, and I I filmed surgeries for my dad, so
Ooh,
he could he could review what was going on, because he did basically ACL surgeries,
Hmm.
and those
Uh-huh.
are super complicated. So he wanted to get film onto it so he could improve his technique and that sort of thing.
Mhm.
Um, but I helped him do necropsies, and which are autopsies but on animals,
Mm.
um, to find out what cause of death was and things like that. But sometimes you would come across an animal who was maltreated,
Mm.
Hmm.
uh, and I've seen wiggly insect larvae where you would not want to see wiggly insect larvae.
Mm,
Mm,
that's
And
terrible, man.
mm,
I tell you, after you've seen and smelled that, your scream level goes way down
yeah.
because you have a baseline to compare it against, and you ain't there.
Talking
Yeah.
like bot flies.
Oh
Uh,
God, I used to love
and
watching those videos. My guilty pleasure, man.
Oh God.
That and pimple popping videos.
Oh man, I'm
Those used
not
to
there
be
with
my
you,
guilty
buddy.
pleasures, man.
No.
now I can remember one necropsy that there was lesions on. Uh, this was for an insurance claim that my that this one farmer had. It was a horse. But
Mm.
when they necropsied it, they found the the cause of death was lesions on the brain, and the lesions were because the horse had tapeworms.
Oh, they went to the
Mm,
brain, hey?
Yes, they did.
mm.
Oh my God, dude.
And that can happen with people too.
Hmm.
Yeah, like you step in your cat's litter box or something, and they happen to have, the larva. Well, it can get in you.
Mm.
But it's dangerous for humans, whereas the cat ones they know where to go. For us, it's a different anatomy, so they're like, what the fuck, right? And then they just keep on traveling and traveling and traveling till sometimes they go in your brain.
A, a little less disgusting. My folks, as part of a continuing ed junket, ended up taking a trip to Kenya,
Mm.
and they ate at a restaurant
Oh.
that was called the Carnivore, and it was like and this was back, before Brazilian restaurants and all the meat that you can eat became a thing. But
Hmm.
that's pretty much what this place was like. But um, because they were a bunch of veterinarians,
Hmm.
my mom and dad noticed something when they were getting ready to leave. Back in the 90s and the 2000s, you would see little jars of like after dinner mint things near the cash register.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
And they had a similar thing near the cash register at this place. But mom and dad recognized it, and it was Pepperzine, which is a anti-worm medication that was just there in bulk. Take one on your way out.
Just in case. Probably better if you do.
Yeah, just as a just as a prophylactic measure.
We're not going to say anything else about it, but the medication is here. So yo, man, that's fucking wild. But
Well,
good on them.
that's the thing. All of the game that was served at this place was wild caught game. It was
Mm.
antelope and zebra and what have you. And that's a danger. And if you're deer hunting here in the US and are eating a lot of wild caught game, it's something you also have to be aware of.
Yeah.
I will never touch bear meat ever in my life because
Mm.
of some of the videos I've seen.
Padme, when I have to wrestle a bear. It's gonna happen one day.
Bear
Bite out its neck.
I had it when I was in Western Canada at a restaurant to try.
Hmm.
It wasn't horrible, but dear God, was it excessively greasy.
Ooh, it's
You
like
know, kind
guts.
of kind of like a tallowy greasy. Like
Yeah.
lots of people love Wagyu beef.
Hmm.
I don't care for it because it has that kind of
Mouthfeel
extra heavy grease feel to it if it's not cooked well.
kind of melts. Yeah. Oh no. I've heard. Well, I think I saw like maybe two videos from a Joe Rogan podcast. So take it for what you will. Uh, they were talking about like, um, like these wilderness guys that like, hunt and kill like bears and stuff, and how, man, they just have like so many parasites like in their meat, like intramuscular, you know. Uh, and yeah, so these guys, like, I think he
It's
had a
a,
wilderness guy up there talking about it. It was crazy.
it's the same reason that I won't eat sushi.
Really?
Mm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I love sushi.
And it's also the same reason that early on, in Western upstate New York, apples are freaking everywhere. So,
Hmm.
you do the apple orchard pick and press it into cider thing.
Hmm.
Don't look at the cider under the microscope.
Oh
I'll
no,
tell you
brother.
that in advance.
No. No,
Mm.
don't tell me that.
Because
Don't tell me
you
that.
won't be able to do it anymore.
Because as we've spoken on many occasions, Eric, I'm from, well, not from, but I lived in Rochester for a number of years. So every year around fall time, like going to the apple orchards is like a pretty big thing. Getting you a cider donut, get some fresh apple cider, the whole deal. Um, Never done the squeeze the apples into cider thing.
It's entertaining. It was fun, but we dip sampled it and threw it under a watch glass on a microscope, and that was the last time I had cider.
Dude, that's so
Mm.
tragic.
What a
That's so
shame.
tragic. Because it's so fucking good up there, man.
It,
Like it's so good.
it it's food in general is a world of don't ask, don't tell. If you've had it and you like it, don't ask any questions about it. Don't ask how it's produced.
La 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 la.
And that's why you should come to the Beast Feast Jagger Heart one shot on Sunday, where you're gonna find monsters and pull strange parts out of them and make a great feast to see how well it
Perfect
goes.
plug. Perfect
Awesome.
plug.
Excellent segue.
Thank you.
Brought to you by Walgreens.
Brought to you by me and no other sponsor. Maybe I should get a sponsor. Anyway, guys, Vasselheim, baby, you find yourself in the city. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my ducks in a row here. I have a good list now. Okay. Excellent. Oh, ew, what the fuck? This is not at all what I wanted. I'm on Netflix looking for, or excuse me, I'm looking on Spotify for like a Holy City playlist, and it's all fucking Kanye West for some reason.
Please don't.
Yeah, Hey, it says it
He's
We're
the
getting
king.
Kanye.
What are we talking about here?
Okay, I hope this guy doesn't start singing. It looks like he might start singing.
Is this the College Dropout album? Yeah.
He says sing it again. I'm not doing this. Oh my god. Holy ambience!
Just Fallout?
Oh my god, listen to him. He is singing. Fuck, stop.
I don't want.
Oh, okay. Now we're chatting. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. This one seems like the way. I can barely hear it, but whatever.
Vocals are kind of hitting, though.
That's crazy because I can't hear it at all, but you guys sound like you can hear it just fine.
I'm in ASMR, so.
Oh, right. You're sensitive to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys all mount up. Leave behind. Ooh.
Dad?
Dad is like, yeah, they're going for it. We're gonna do this one instead.
A little minor.
Like I'm playing
Sure.
BG3.
No, this is a. Never mind. Anyway, you guys mount up. You get on horseback. You begin to ride through the city, making your way deeper and deeper into the holy city of Vasselheim. You're here in the outer ring, or the Pilgrim's Ring, as it's called, the outer districts. It is loud. It's very mortal here, but you are very small in the city, where the walls tower around you, and the various barracks and watchtowers, the castellans, or no, that's the wrong term. Somebody help me out. At the edge of the walls, the big towers. It's at the edge of like a castle wall. I don't know what those terms are.
Parapet? No, that's like. I could just picture Watchtower.
I got it. It's like a watchtower. I just want to get it right. Okay, there's like a fucking million names for them. But yes, across the battlements of the wall, you are going to see indeed the turrets. That's it. They're called turrets. These massive towers that stand at the edge of each wall that segments this district apart. The streets are wide, uneven, worn smooth by centuries of sandals, boots, and wagon wheels. At one point, these streets were flat, but after these many centuries of people walking up and down them, the stones have sort of layered together and pushed into a soft curve inward of stone, just giving away the ancientness of these streets. Who has walked down the streets? Incense smoke tangles with the smell of livestock and baking bread. Bells ring overhead, not solemn, but constantly. Prayer hours, watch changes, market setup calls, and everyone here seems to know exactly what each bell toll means. You see pilgrims sleeping against walls wrapped in blankets stitched with holy symbols, street preachers arguing about theology and philosophy in corners. Children chase one another beneath banners bearing dozens of different divine sigils and the sigils of knightly holy orders. And you can hear the walls from the creak of the patrol gates opening and closing, the rumble of supply carts rolling upward, and the distant crack of the ballistae being tested. This is the city people love. It is messy, it is crowded, and not unlike humans and mortals themselves. Hope lives here, but admittedly so does fear. There is a tension that's undeniable. The Khan has come, and he has come with his army of warriors. That is cause for concern. You make your way through, seeing the many taverns, seeing the many places where people sleep, packed in as it is, certainly the most dense and large of all of the districts. And you pass by the gates that lead to the middle district, what is called the Sanctified Ring. Now, as you make your way through, it's worth noting that you'll hear heralds calling from street corners. Let it be known to all pilgrims who come to the city that the use of arcane magic is illegal unless you have gained the proper permits for use here in the city. Divine magic and the primeval magics of druids and rangers are legal, but the arcane is restricted. Please see your fellow magistrates to, and so on and so forth. Other heralds will speak of news to come, where they will speak of prayers. They'll speak of priests. They'll speak of news from afar. Refugees flood evermore into the city. Be cautious, people, for darkness clouds at the edges. But Vasselheim stands strong. Someone else says, the great Khan has come to the city with his great army. The city has never been safer, but under the watchful eye of the high bearer of the Stormlord. He is here now, be praised. And such things are spouted. But now, you're in the Middle District, where you leave sort of the calls of heralds behind and the messiness and loudness. Yes, it is that. The streets widen, and the noise drops as you leave behind the sounds of heralds and people, as this is ever more holy a district. Stone buildings rise higher. They're cleaner, more deliberate, and temples dominate the skyline as much as the walls do. Marble domes, iron-spined spires, living wood sanctuaries, fortress chapels, carved with the history of the world. Processions move in disciplined silence. Soldiers drill in the courtyards. Clerics pass with sealed scrolls and measured urgency. Everything smells faintly of oil, incense, parchment, and steel. This is where faith becomes law. This is where all the most important parts of faith are practiced. You begin to notice how much more straight the roads are than the last district, how carefully aligned the plazas feel, how every major structure faces inward towards the next wall. There is a grander design. And you're also going to have noticed by now those that would be considered the main guard of Vasselheim. You do not know much of them, and perhaps you will learn of them in the days to come, but one thing is apparent. They belong to the faith of the Lawbearer. You see soldiers of various races walking through in heavy armor, not quite as heavy as the Dragonborn you saw at the gate, the Dragon Shields they call themselves, who seem to probably be like the elite heavy infantry of the guard. These men wear dark armor that is sort of gilded, decorated with bits of bronze or gold at the edges of the plates. They wear long tabards that hold a symbol of a tower with the scales of the Lawbearer sort of hanging on either side. They walk with spear, sword, shield. They're well equipped, more elite than you have seen in any other city. Perhaps not Avalier, where the average guard is like a battle wizard, which is they maybe might go toe to toe a little bit there. But for people like Red, people like Hekator, Kathmoir, and so on and so forth, you're like, damn, like you take guardsmanship pretty serious here. And you might even see a group of guards walking in patrol down the street, sort of led or accompanied by a warrior of the same, actually not a warrior at all, a member of the same order who is not wearing armor at all, but instead is wearing a hood, is wearing long robes, and he has over his shoulder a mason and navigator's kit. And this person looks very much like a mason or an individual of construction. And his scrolls in his hand, and he's insinuating to the other warriors, sort of pointing at parts of the wall, making little markers down, taking out little tools and sort of measuring like protractors from afar, all belonging to the same order of the Lawbearer. But you continue on, making your way through the many temples you see, and this is where the greatest of temples are. You see, we'll get into it when the time comes, but the most major and grandest temples of faith that any of you have ever seen in your lives. Each one is a grand cathedral. Each one is a basilica. Each one is probably the grandest and most central temple of the faith of any of the prime deities across this still very large district. But you make your way through even still. You see healers in the public squares, sort of meandering here and there. and you come to the gates of the inner district, which are closed. You ride up on your horses, some of you with a little bit more presentation than others. Ganbaatar, Zeivre, dressed in the fine armors of your prestige. The rest of you probably look a little more road-weary. Both of you still road-weary, but maybe in garb a little less presentation. And these guards are, once again, you know what? Of this gate, I would probably say you see different warriors altogether. And these are probably the most, well, first and foremost, expensively armored of the bunch, and probably the most capable. You see warriors donning steel and gold plate. They are helmed in a golden lion helm. And they bear mighty holy weapons, each and every one of these guardsmen. These are probably the high elite of the warriors in this place, and they guard the innermost district that is closed to the public. These warriors, who are also cloaked in red as well, reds and golds and steel. One says, "Halt! You approach the inner circle, or you approach the inner district, the sanctum. Only those most initiated or on official business with the high bearers or its religious orders may enter thus. Do you have such business?"
I do indeed. I am Ganbaatar, Keshik Guard to the Khan. I am bringing a variety of people that I believe he would wish to hear their story and tale, as perhaps some of the members of the high clergy would also be interested.
They nod and give you a bow of respect and say, "Welcome. We have seen the Khan's honor guard come through many times, and we recognize you are bearing quite well. Please be welcome." "Open the gates." The gates open to you, and they step out of your way in the road, sort of motioning for you to continue onward. The six of you are welcomed into the most holiest sanctum of the most holiest city. The air feels different, thinner somehow, quieter, but heavier at the same time. And the streets are immaculate, wide, and strangely empty, not terribly unlike Gondor, where everything is like white and marble and pristine, and there's a little bit too much space, but it all still feels very sort of like walled in and protected at the same time. There's no market stalls, there's no livestock, there's no shouting vendors, and as you walk in this large district, which the district alone could probably make up a large town or a small city alone, all you hear is your own footsteps. You could drop a needle here and you would hear it sound. It is quiet, like Reverence itself. And massive structures dominate the sky. These are surely the oldest structures built in all of Vasselheim, and they radiate with white stone that catches the sun like a blade. There are windowless vaults that seem to swallow light rather than reflect it off to the side. And this is not a place meant for the living. This is a place for only the most dedicated of holy men and women in the land, in all of the world, in fact. Banners float in the wind. There are fewer, but much larger. They hang and only carefully breeze in the wind, as if the Stormlord himself just gentles the wind across to accentuate the importance of each banner and its symbology. And there are symbols of each of the prime deities, but there are also symbols of the knightly orders that serve. Soldiers stationed here do not laugh, they do not fidget. They stand like statues, shields, resting, but never set down fully. They might as well be suits of armor that were left on the side of the street, but they shine radiantly. Each a paladin, worth 10, maybe 50 men each. And these are surely warriors of the Dawnfather. And these are the most elite honor guard of the high bearers of Vasselheim. A term that only you will know, Ganbaatar, for your Khan is one of the high bearers, one of the high priests or paladins of Vasselheim that lead the city in the Grand Council. You make your way through, and as you turn down a street, you are going to be approached by familiar individuals, Ganbaatar. You are going to notice that there are members of the Khan's army as they clop down the street. They're wearing the correct bearing, and you are going to see two people that you would recognize. Actually, one person you only recognize in passing as an acquaintance, and the other who you know quite well. And they all have names, which I'm going to give you right now as I stall for time. Here we are. Here we are. The individual that you recognize the least of the two is a man endowed in blue and gold robes bearing symbols of the Stormlord. He is gray of hair, very, very short hair, but a long sort of bushy beard, and he has religious tribal Athensian blue tattoos on his face, symbolizing the Stormlord. You know this man to be Thalos Rune, voice of the Tempest. He essentially acts as the voice of the Khan when he is away. So his voice carries the weight of the High Bearer when he is not present, and he is a man of significant importance in Vasselheim. He rides, but he rides second to the side of the one you know better. So that is Thalos Rune. The one you know better carries a small smile on his face as he is pleased to see you again, Ganbaatar. This is Noyan Reth Mor. He is the war general of the Khan's armies. He is the high warlord under the Khan himself. He's his right-hand man in war and his commander in battle. Handouts have been given. This guy has black hair, long flowing black hair with some braids. His appearance a little bit more disheveled, someone who doesn't quite care about ceremony as much as he cares about getting the job done. He wears decorated leathers for swift movement upon his horse. He wears reds and symbols of Althansia, the Great Khan, and the Stormlord. He has a curved dagger across his belt and other weapons of station upon him. He approaches with a smile, sort of rides up next to your horse and gives you a hand, and he says, "Ganbaatar, you come at the right time, my friend." Presents you his hand.
It is a pleasure to see you again, sir.
No, none of that crap. You might as well be on the same level as me, being the Khan's right hand, whereas, well, let's say you're the left and I'm the right, huh?
I have come to Vasselheim with 150 refugees from the Dawnfather's Gate. I regret to inform you that the Dawnfather's Gate has fallen. It was overwhelmed.
I see. The Great Khan anticipated this. That is troubling news. And news you should probably direct to the Great Khan himself. He's expecting you. May I ask, you said you brought 150, yet I see only 5.
These 5 represent people from afar who were leaders amongst the refugees. I believe that Khan would like to hear their story of how they came to be here, and it would further his ability to plan.
Enough. He looks at the rest of you and says, "Welcome to Vasselheim. The business never stops. Come, let us go see the Khan." He will turn his horse. He says, "You remember Voice of the Tempest Rune, don't you?"
I do. I have not had his acquaintance often, but his voice has been heard.
Thalos Rune nods to you and says, "It is good to see you again, Ganbaatar. The Khan has eagerly expected your reports. I hope it is good news. Other than, of course, the fall of the gate. Tell me, are the dwarves as stubborn as they've always been?"
They took my message and then they closed their door and sealed their halls.
I will not speak ill of the Allhammer, but it has always puzzled me how They claim to follow the god of clan, and yet so often they only keep to themselves. I suppose for that very reason.
At least they were forewarned.
We can only hope that they are able to outlast the storm.
If anyone can.
Indeed. At this point, you ride along, and you are going to come to the structure that probably looks to be the most politically important here in the city. Now, there are two buildings in this district that drew your eye. The two palaces. You would have looked to the left and I wouldn't say in the distance, but maybe we say on the other side of the inner district, you would have noticed this large temple palace made of black stone as a stark contrast to the rest of the district. And its brother or sister palace is the one we were approaching, the Radiant Bastion, as it is known. Again, it is a temple palace, and it has spires of white that reach to the sky. It is white stone with gold inlay and sun mirrors that dance from it. And this is surely the seat of the High Bearers here in Vasselheim, and the place where all of the decisions of the religions of the world are made. This is the heart of political power, as far as the religions of the land go. And you go hence. You make to its gates, you enter into its holy halls. The entrance is more like a temple than it is like a temple hall, a grand opening like a cathedral, more than the approach to a king's seat. It is lined with various murals, artistry dedicated to each prime deity as you walk down. But you make your way through a series of stairs, white marble stairs, ascending up through its many spires until you come to a wing that looks like it's been recently occupied by barbarians. Not quite barbarians, but to your eye, Ganbaatar, and maybe my Cathmoirans as well, but to my Avalier people especially, this would probably be like a stark contrast to the elegance of the inner district, where there are sort of like furs and tribal symbols hung on the walls and iconography of beasts and horses and birds. Very much looks like Ganbaatar fits in. You finally come to the place in the world where Ganbaatar kind of fits in, or at least whoever has come here has made this white marble sanctuary into a place that Ganbaatar would fit into. And amongst them, you would see such warriors. You see beastly warriors. Ganbaatar, your body is built for dexterity. The way you fight is built for dexterity. You see warriors that are similarly built for dexterity, and you've only had a chance to be amongst them a couple of times. These are the Khan's most elite warriors, and warriors that only reside in Vasselheim and are an order specifically made and dedicated for the defense of Vasselheim. You would know these guys to be awesome, but also they are known as the Tempest Vanguard. You have heard of these guys. They're insane. they're the first guys on horseback, shouting and roaring into battle as they go with the speed of a lightning bolt. You've heard rumor that these guys actually train by studying how lightning streaks across the sky. That is how they've taught themselves how to fight. They're the first into battle, riding hard and fast, and they do not fear death. These warriors, who probably stand maybe a foot taller on average than the normal man or what have you, stand kind of leaned against walls, arms folded, not like the other guards around Vasselheim. These are the guys that itch for violence. When they see you, Ganbaatar, give you a nod. Your station is worthy of such a nod. The rest of you kind of walk in with like an amused look at each of you, like sizing each of you up. These guys make their lives are violence. These guys are their religion is violence, and they look at each of you to size you up for how well you might perform or fail against their violence. Um, in a competition kind of way, not like they're planning to kill you, or are they? I don't know. They're ready for everything. But you make your way past all of that. I'm just throwing names at you just to kind of give you a sense of the city. You're by no means obligated to remember all of this, but the handouts are there in case you want to look. And you make your way into an open room, which is a very large room that has been sort of turned not unlike into his original throne room, Ganbaatar, which is thick furs laid all over and across the ground. There are not trophies on the wall like back in Othanzia, maybe one or two that are sort of historically relevant. And there's a very sort of modest fur-lined throne, maybe modest compared to kings. It still has like symbols of like I'm gonna say like golden birds, like eagles with talons forward, like coming to like kill someone, coming off the edges of his like otherwise finely crafted wood bench, covered in sort of like white snow leopard fur. And sitting on it is not a mountain of a man. He's not large like Ganbaatar or Ox or Zivriel ever was. He's maybe a little bit shorter, a little bit more average sized, but he's strong. He's got muscle aplenty. He has a severe face of an Althansian warrior. His eyes show of an intelligence beyond that, but there's almost a kineticism to him, a little like you, Hekator, like a kind of person who doesn't like to sit around, a person that likes to be in motion and move. And even while he's sort of sitting on his bench talking to his war advisors, kind of there, he's always like moving or listening, and that's kind of always, he's never sitting still. And as you walk in, he now has an excuse to stand up, which he'll take at any opportunity as you know him to, and you stand before the great Khan yet again after all this time. And he says, Ganbaatar, come in. Good to see you. And he comes up to you, never been too formal of a con. He'll take your hand and throw an arm around you and hit your back hard and welcoming. And say, good, you returned. Come in, come in. And you've brought friends. We can use all the help we can get. It's good to hear.
Indeed. I have brought people who have come from afar, who were leaders amongst some of the refugees that I brought from Dawnfather's Gate.
And he sort of squints his eyes at you and says, and I suspect they do no longer stand by the look in your eye.
They gave their lives so we could make it here.
He sighs, and he'll look around, and he will say, High Palatine of the Gate is a good man. He knew how to fight. I respected him greatly. May he walk at his god's side now, along with his men.
I'm certain they gave as good as could be done, and that the fiends that fell were many. Sadly, there were fiends by the hundreds.
You saw them with your own eyes.
I did.
I've never been one for retreat, but there is some solace in knowing that I think I made the right decision to fall back to the city walls of Vasselheim for now. Regardless, introductions are important. Please introduce me to your allies.
And he will first point to Zeivre. This is Zeivre. He was prominent at the Dawnfather's Gate and was tasked to assist in making sure that these people and their story made it out so you and the world would know.
He turns to you. Zeivre regards you individually. A man of such importance and station, you might not expect such, um, personal interest. He turns to you and offers a hand to shake your hand.
Hello.
Says, you carry the bearings of a member of the Order of the Solar Gates.
Yes. I swore an oath before the High Palatine, and upon the learning of the force that threatened the gates, I was relieved of my oath to the wall, but my oath of glory remains.
You have my condolences many times over. He looks over at the sword at your hip and says, you carry his father's sword. He must have seen greatness in you.
Yes, he bestowed it on me the night before we left.
There is nothing harder than to leave a brother on the wall. I understand that must have taken great strength to do.
It did.
He gives you a warrior's sort of reassuring kind of strengthening like hand on the shoulder. He gives you a nod. Says, well, you have my respect if you had his. We'll turn to the next, insinuating for you, Ganbaatar, to continue.
This is, and he will gesture up at Hekator. This is Hekator, Fiend Slayer, Animal Speaker.
Oh. Hail, well met.
He looks at your chest first and then up at you and he says, and marked by the Stormlord.
By the what?
By the what, he says. You've come to Vasselheim and do not know what the Stormlord is.
You must be mistaken. I'm marked by the spirit, not a Lord of Storms.
Your path is your own, but I would not neglect to consider. God of Storms may be a worthy ally to you in the days to come, as is your spirits. We are very happy to have a warrior of your grand frame to support us in what is happening soon. Can I rely on you?
Of course. I mean, I got a glimpse at what I think's coming, and it'll take a lot.
Good. We need all the fiend slayers we can get. And similarly, he gives you a hard pat on the shoulder of respect. He'll nod to you, Ganbaatar, for the next.
This is Redman. They are a finder of that which is lost and hidden, a scout and a warrior, and a leader of people.
You'll put a hand up to you, says, it's good to meet you, Redman. I have not met many of your Owlin kin, except for, of course, the High Bearer of the Known Mentor.
It's nice to meet you as well.
Scouting takes courage. This is what you're proficient in?
Yes, it has been in the past.
You might find interest in speaking to the devotees of the Wild Mother. Their order specializes in such things as well.
Duly noted.
Gives you a nod. We'll turn to nod at you, Ganbaatar, for the next.
This is Mira. He is quartermaster, planner, and responsible for bringing the refugees from their far distant home through to here.
quartermaster. We will have much need of such skills in this city. We are in short supply of people who can do such organizing.
I'm glad to help in any way I can. In Avalier, I was an acolyte of Arathis, and I studied how people come together. I wasn't ever expecting to use those kinds of skills in any but a theoretical sense, but any way I can help.
Well, things are a lot different down here on the ground, as I imagine you're coming to understand. Well, we'll have need of your skills, I'm sure. Actually, he'll spell out something there for you. He will say, the Bastion Wardens appear to Arathis, and as they you've perhaps seen throughout the city, the guardsmen. They have a special place for those with the skills to quartermaster and engineer. Perhaps you might find a place amongst them.
Thank you. Thank you for the direction. I will do so gladly.
Excellent. And last?
This is Leostara. She is the voice of her people, and she has the final tale of the Dawnfather's Gate.
Ah. Well, you are welcome here, Leostara. This city can use the powers of Coralon quite well. The arts, his music. It is something that is often neglected in times of war. You are most welcome here.
But all of them have stories and tales to share. They are from distant places that I'm not legitimately familiar with. Cities of Cath Moira and Avalier.
Well then, good. Come in, and allow me to introduce myself. I am the great Khan Kasvarda, High Bearer of the Stormwind. I am partially responsible for this city, but I am also responsible for my people. And I have no doubt war is coming. And each of you will need to exercise your skills to the greatest of your ability in the days to come. You've been through much, and you may not be done. So please, come in. Tell me your tales, and maybe I might be able to make use of all of you if you would have a mind to. And he will find its way to his throne where he almost, there's always like this half a second of reluctance before he sits down. And then he does kind of sit down and immediately start to fidget and adjust as he sits. And entirely up to you guys, we can say, you tell your story. Your long, long story if you wish. Or of course you can tell it. And usually what I like to do is when there's a telling of a longer tale, I simply ask, is there any details you'd like to leave out? As opposed to, as you tell the Great Khan the breadth of your tale.
I want to leave out that I don't know if anyone knows yet, but I've been using Eldritch Blast pretty freely, but I want to leave out the whole Warlock thing for sure.
Absolutely, and I've been keeping track of if anybody knows what's going on there, and nobody should know. So if you keep it out, nobody would be able to say anything to it. Okay. If that is all, you together share the length of your tale. The Great Khan stands and moves and, considers and doesn't sit for too long as you tell a long tale. I have displayed the handout for the Great Khan. He listens, and when your story comes to an end, he says, I think I'll probably say that there's like a scribe in the room. Some some poor individual in the back of the knowing mentor who's furiously sort of ticking away at a stone slab, trying to keep up with all of the information. Maybe two or three, in fact. And he nods and nods to them, and they'll kind of sort of fingers sore stand up with their slabs and gather them and leave, and says, "Your tale will be told to the high bells. All must know of what has transpired. It is exceptionally disturbing, and it only adds to the reports of what we've had. Much of what you've experienced is similar to what me and my men have experienced. Strange creatures and figures of darkness and good appearing to do battle in the lands of Althansia, which is why I pulled back. Chaos growing to be too much. It is good you have come here. You have traveled far. And given me much to consider. We will continue to prepare the city for what is to come. Would you all consider yourselves people who have survived together and can now happily go your separate ways? Or has these journeys bonded you together in a way that I might call upon you as a group if I require?
She sort of looks at Hekator and at Zeivre. I just assumed we would be fighting in whatever way we could.
Aye. And some of us are connected in a bit more of a deep way. Via the spirits.
Spirits that connect you, you've come to the right place. I will take this as a yes to being a group. He'll make a gesture for the scribe to wait. He says, "If I am to call upon you as a whole, how should I do this? What name would I reference to find you on?"
Some of the refugees have been calling us Septarian for some time, but I don't really know what that means.
I don't think that is a name we should keep. But until we have time to consider, perhaps we could use that as a placeholder.
I understand this is the way with adventurers. They have never quite got a name figured out. This is fair. Ganbaatar, I am well protected, and I will, of course, need your aid in the days to come. You are one of my most trusted soldiers. But for the time being, can I ask you to stay with this group of people? I suspect you all have a greater purpose I would like to keep an eye on.
I am happy to be at your service.
Excellent. And for the time being, if I need to find you, I will simply seek out Ganbaatar. Make sure to at least keep somewhat in contact with him in case I require you. Such capability, getting all of these people from the top of a mountain to across the wild Althansian chaos through the Dawnfather's gate and into Vasselheim is an extraordinary feat. Surely the gods looked upon you and watched over you as you did this, and they would have done this for a purpose. And I will not neglect that purpose if it can be used to the strength of the people.
The dwarves. I'm sorry. Ganbaatar, you gave a message to the dwarves. You said that you gave a message to the dwarves, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I think in the telling, I know where you're going with this, and I would say in the telling of the story, Ganbaatar, you might have visited Stonefast Hall, to which they would have closed their doors, might have been your first place to have gone, actually. And then the party, you suspect, arrived later to find Stonefast Hall fall into some great evil, which you guys would have told in the telling of your grand tale. So yes, he does reference that, and says, and that is most concerning to hear of a dwarven hall to have fallen from the darkness beneath. It tells of a greater evil that I have long feared, but not arisen. But I must confer with my other high bearers before I come to any assumptions. The high bearer of the All-Father would want to know of this especially.
There's one of us that you could speak to. She helps to guide us out, but if I may, and she'll use minor image to show that one image that you gave us of like when we first went into the throne room. She'll cast that. I believe this young woman, this young dwarf, was present when this happened. So you must be very gentle with her. No one has questioned her about having seen her kinsman slaughtered, but she could perhaps give you greater insights if you could.
Yes.
Very skittish, obviously.
Very well, then I will leave it to you to perhaps bring her to me when you find her. Her knowledge could be of value. You're told of spirits of nature, which are all, most of you, bound by these animal spirits. Perhaps that might be your first order of business if your, looks to you, Hekator, if your mother is continues to be sick and you think it's linked to the spirits, you might consider visiting the altar of the Stormlord. Perhaps the initial instinct would be the Wild Mother, but, well, I am the High Bearer of the Stormlord, and you have a lightning scar across your chest. I would recommend stopping there perhaps first with all of you, with your mother. Maybe in all of the Stormlord's power, something can be obtained. Who can say?
I will. Thank you. This is the first hope that I've had in a while, so thank you.
I will warn, of course. Well, warning sounds a little intense. I will say this. He very much directing this specifically to you, Hekator, saying, if the gods can help you, you must have faith in them. They are not charitable, kind people on the side of the street who help. Well, they kind of are. It's complicated. But my recommendation to you is if you truly wish to gain the aid of the prime deities, you will need to wish for it in your hearts. You will need to, at least in some way, accept them. You understand?
I think
what I speak of is not a magical bond or devotion or becoming a cleric, by the way. I simply mean you have to want it. You have to want the gods to help. That is all.
I experienced that back at the gate. And some terrible dreams. Understand.
Yes. Terrible dreams. Not the least of which are our troubles here these days. But I recommend to all of you who face such darkness in the night, have faith. The gods can guide you thus from such dark dreams. Why did you do that? Looks at me. Yeah, Leah, oh, what's that? What I was supposed to do? Hey, fair for a member of Avalier, where they sort of roll their eyes at the idea of the gods. Makes sense it wouldn't have been your first instinct. Fair enough. He says, very well. Now, I must meet with the High Bearers. There is much to do, and it's at this time you guys begin to hear not an unfamiliar sound, but one that grows more troubling the longer it goes. Ding, 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 the bells throughout the city, they start to go in a constant, unending rhythm. And the first bell or two is sort of doesn't fully cease the Khan speaking, but by the third and the fourth, he listens. His eyes go wide, and he rises with intensity. He goes, "We're under attack. Come." And he begins to move with great haste past you all through. He says, "Come." You all go with?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Duh.
Duh. He walks through the hall, and it's immediately action stations. The halls light up. As he walks through the halls, he puts his hand out, and one of the honor guard warriors, like Ganbaatar, throws bound together these dual scimitars to the Khan, and just catches them and immediately starts equipping himself with his guards. One of these Tempest Vanguard guys falls into step with him. He says, "Alert the vanguards, go to the stables, prepare for a cavalry charge, as is your way, by the Stormlord." And they go, "By the Stormlord!" And they immediately sort of fall in front of him and start rushing down the stairs. You guys start spiraling down the stairs in quick motion. He begins to speak. He looks to the voice of the Tempest. He says, "You know what to do. Go to the high bearers. Alert them." He says, "Will be done, Great Khan." He moves away, and Ganbaatar's would be expectation. You fall into step with the Great Khan at his side as his honor guard, along with probably a couple of others you nod at, personally. All of you go with, and before you know it, you're already on the street where a number of the members of the honor guard of the Great Khan have already rode up and present a fine and decorated warhorse, which the Khan mounts with a astonishing proficiency. He just mounted combatant, just barely looking, slings his foot in and throws his leg over his already mounted and going. Some of you guys are more "Oh shit, we're really moving," and getting onto your horse with a little bit of time needed. And immediately, with this Tempest Vanguard, with the Honor Guard of the Khan, with all of you guys and the Khan at the head, you guys are moving at a pretty fast canter. The gates open before the Great Khan as you start trampling out of the bastion, out of the innermost district. Moving through the streets, you see people running around, priests moving towards their temples, and ding, ding, ding. Guards sort of moving through the streets. You see patrols of the dragon shields and the bastion wardens of Arathis begin to start sort of moving with some haste to get to the outer wall. You hear commanders saying, "I want everyone up on that tower and that parapet over there. I want 5 men over there. Man the ballistas. And then I want everybody else to go to the main gates, following with the Khan." All of you are suddenly in the middle of a war band moving through the city. People on the side of the roads get right out of the way of this war band, and even sort of, the Khan, ah! And sort of cheer as you guys start making your way through the city as the presence of the god of war and his most powerful warrior and his war band are present. And as he rides through, he very much puts his hand up of we're strong for whatever comes. The gates open to the outermost district where there's much more havoc because it's so full of pilgrims and people. And it's all the bastion wardens can do to start being go into your house if you're a civilian. If you have fighting capability, grab a weapon. And he says, "Everybody from the bastion warden up on the outer walls, commanded by the high." And orders start going off. Ding, ding. The bells are going off. You guys ride right up to the outer gate, which is closed. And as you end up at the bottom of the stairs, already assembled at the gate is a cavalry band of the Tempest Wardens, all mounted on horses covered in lightning bolt iconography. They all have furred and hide and leather armor on, very barbarian-esque, arms exposed, upper thighs exposed, battle skirts of fur. They all have bows and sabers, bolts of lightning, each and every one down their helm. They're all sort of ready at the gate for what they're given the signal to charge. The Khan dismounts. Some servant takes all of your horses from you. The Khan says, "The Stormlord is with us, men!" And they all He makes his way up the wall, insinuating for you all to follow along with the honor guard, which you would be at the front of again, Ganbaatar. And you make your way up to the edge of the wall to look out. One of the guards sort of nod, "Hi, bearer," to the Great Khan. He says, "What is the situation?" They go, "See for yourself." And you look down the long, long field of sort of grass and snow. It is a wide open plain. It would be very much impossible to sneak up on Vasselheim unless it was the pitch of night. And even then it might be difficult. So here in the middle of the day, the Cardinal says, "Who's bold enough to attack the walls of Vasselheim in the middle of the day?" And they say, "Look for yourself." And standing at the edge, they're far in the distance, but it's concerning how easy it is to make out the details of this individual. You see a creature of black leathery wings and red, almost dinosaur-like scale, red flesh that goes down a sheer mountain of muscle. It has yellow, burning coal eyes, sharp, white, serrated teeth. It bears a maul of pure black iron and hellfire on the edge. It looks like a humanoid, like hellish red-skinned Tyrannosaurus Rex, but humanoid with large tree trunk arms and massive leathery wings. And it stands in the middle of the field. And all goes still as they're waiting for something to happen. Even the Khan is still but confident. And as he stands there, they wait. And it then unfurls its wings as if it knows this is the moment as the city goes still and it's prepared itself. This guy just stood in the middle waiting for everything. He will extend his wings and lift his maul up high as it burns with blackish red hellfire. And he screams in the common tongue, but it sounds wrong on his voice, like he's not meant to speak this language, like he's meant to speak something far more vile. And he will simply say, "Cower in your streets! Prepare for calamity! For hell comes!" And he points his maul forward, and from what is probably a mile in the distance, maybe a half mile in the distance, is where the tree line begins, intentionally so. A force of barbarian warriors, ogres, flying fiends, and depraved devils emerge from the forest, stepping out forward at once. And as the great fiend sneers angrily like a monster relishing a feast before it comes, he points his maul forward, right at where you're all standing. And Zeivre, there is something familiar of this creature, like from a dream, and you think he's pointing at you. And he goes, in some infernal tongue, "Zurizas!" And they all, "Aah!" and go into just a mad fucking animal charge. All of these people just start storming the field. They are still many hundreds of feet off, but they are in a dead, monstrous sprint. To be clear, the line of people it fully encapsulates the forest and is fully hugging the front wall of Vasselheim. This force is coming, and it is going to hit every point of the wall at once. This is more like, this is not the army you face. There's no way they should be here in time. This is another army, and it is bigger. It is more. And as they start flooding from the forest, it does not end. More and more and more. Mostly barbarians. Then are the sort of half lesser giants, ogres, Ettins, the two-headed like ogre creatures. All of them in scrap, shitty, rusted armor, and then are like these like rank and file, just like monstrous, like horrible, mal-shaped fiends. And then there are some like flying vulture-like creatures that look like they have like bulbous pustules coming from their neck and are like flooding spores in the air as they come. And it almost seems like the sky begins to darken with a cloak of black cloud as they draw ever closer. And the Khan sneers. He goes, I have long waited for such a battle. He pulls out a sword and raises it high. And he says, Warriors of Vasselheim! Your enemies have told you and will tell you it is the strongest who is right. And I stand here to tell you now, they are correct. The strongest prevail. And you are its holy army. The prime deities have brought you here for one reason. To prove it is they that is the strongest. It is you that is the strongest. Stand by your brothers and sisters. Raise your shields proudly and rend the flesh of fiends. We will win! Strike with all your fury! In the name of the Stormlord! In the name of the Dawnfather! In the name of all the prime deities! Fight like you've never fought before! And just his voice echoes across everything, and camaraderie explodes. Just absolute fucking mayhem. And the Khan will swing his saber and say, Tempest Vanguards, you have the armor of first blood! And the gates open, and all of these horse riders go, for the Stormlord! And they just madly just go for a mad charge out of the gate. And you look down the wall, and every gate has opened, and you see like a warband of maybe like, at least this time, like 50 to 100 men out of each gate, just riding, utterly fearless of death, utterly just born for this moment, come flying in. They do not hit the front line. They fight very much like Ganbaatar, where they come into a certain distance and they shoot off a hail of arrows. Those guys go out to the side to ride wide, another hail of arrows, wide, arrows, wide, arrows, wide, until they've completely sort of cleared right. And at that point, the Khan waves his saber and says, volley! Thousands of arrows from all across Vasselheim blot out the Dawnfather's very light, land across the fiends, and to your great happiness, the first like 5 lines of fiends are killed in under a minute. But they're still coming. They come back for another round, another volley, another round, another volley. The second blade comes out from the Great Khan and says, they come for the walls! Strike now and hard! Various light clerics of the Dawnfather conjure fireballs, send out fireballs. Barbarians go exploding across the landscape. Fiends covered in fire move through the fireball until they hit the wall hard. Some Etten just runs right into the wall right under you, smashing against it. You guys sort of feel even a rumble from the impact, and the fiends just start climbing over one another to get to the top. No ladders, just pure menace. And the Khan looks at all of you with like a look of like, this is gonna be awesome. And let's roll initiative, baby.
Yeah. I wanted to say I did not want to stop you at any point, but
yeah, by all means, go.
There was like at least 5 opportunities when Zevriel like kind of looks to the Khan. He's like, "Yeah, I'm taking notes from that guy."
Very cool. And oh yeah, please, Mira.
And I was also, I didn't want to stop you, but at any time she could have gotten the Khan's attention in all of this. She would have said, permission to use, dispensation to use arcane magic in defense of the city. So.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you could have absolutely gone for that. I think I think he, after you say that, he like looks to one of his like honor guard and goes, pass that down the line. He's like, I'm permitting all arcane magic for the defense and for the siege. And he's like, right, and just starts running down. He's like, Arcanists, you are granted permission by the High Baron. Starts running down doing that. And yeah, and maybe you might even see a little wizard lightning sort of go across the field. As you have arcane artillery, ballistas, volleys are flying. It is madness. Okay. Honestly, I wanted to pause to give you guys a moment, but I was in a flow. I couldn't stop.
you were,
Do your thing, Doug.
You're great, but I'm a very lawful character, so that was stressing me out.
I could tell. I was looking at you're like the whole time.
I can't cast spells. I can't cast spells. I can't cast spells.
Oh fuck! How am I supposed to do shit? Yeah, he's like, no, you're good. Fuck this shit up. All of these guys are dead. We'll get to that later. Okay. I didn't actually know if we were going to get to this tonight, so bear with me as I place all of your minis. I'm not even going to worry about initiative for the bad guys. They're just going to go on initiative 20. That's just going to be like bad guy turn. Sort of like the layer action kind of thing is the layer is the battlefield. All right. I assume you guys are all there. And by the way, I'll assume, Ganbaatar, you're firing off arrows. There's probably like extra quivers of arrows lining the walls, so ammunition's not a big issue. And now I gotta put the fucking con in after I get rid of these scumbags, because they're not the cons guard. Fuck these guys.
All dead.
These are the cons. I never settled on a name for the con. We're gonna use this one. It's so not what his vibe is, but it's cool enough. He's not a great sword guy, but whatever.
I'm certain that his sword is entirely great.
Oh yeah, they sizzle with lightning. There's like a little across his sabers. Like they're dope ass swords for sure. Okay, initiative. That's what I'm gonna do now.
You ever wonder if things can be powered by like weapons and armor and stuff with like electricity coming off of them? Shit.
Oh, probably. We're talking about batteries and stuff. Okay. Time. I'll do a little rollies to see if Vasselheim gets to go before. How best to do this? Okay. Bad guys go at the end. Considering this is like Vasselheim's lair, it's their home, it's their turf. I can say they go on initiative 20. Bad guys roll pretty low, so they're going to go on end of initiative, and that will be a good flavor for you guys, like taking some shots before they like actually clamber over the wall. Okay, battle music. I don't worry about that. Oh God, not you.
That Zeivre guy, always inserting himself.
Okay. Simplest initiative I ever rolled. I did it. That's gonna be initiative. Who rolled above a 20?
24.
24. Beautiful. All right, Vasselheim comes after you, Ganbaatar. How did who did above a 15? Or 15 or above?
18.
18 as
Red.
well.
20.
Ooh. Oh, I guess I should roll for the column, right? Oh fuck, he goes with He goes with Vasselheim. It's fine. He can go with Vasselheim. So I heard Mira, then Hekator, then Red, I believe it was. Hekator, Red, is there a preference who goes first? No? Okay,
Yeah.
Hekator, you get to go first.
Sure.
Zeivre, what'd you roll?
13.
13, what'd you get, Lumira?
Oh, 20.
Oh, sorry, Leah, the other L named Avalor person. Leah, what'd you get?
9.
A 9. So I heard an 8 and sorry, what'd you get, Zeivre?
13.
13, okay. All right, that is initiative. This battle music just ain't doing it for me, guys. It ain't doing it for me. I gotta call in the big guns.
Uh-oh, the Doom soundtrack?
Oh, those are the big guns, but I had something else in mind.
Thunderstruck.
Oh, guys.
That would be great. Oh,
Guys.
man.
No, I was thinking something a little more like...
You could probably get a good instrumental of Thunderstruck.
Only on the con's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imperial March.
Yeah. Little guitar in there, little guitar stank in there. Okay, let's do this. The armies approach the wall of Vasselheim. No one was ready for such an army to just appear at the edge of their forests. Who could have expected it? Doesn't matter. It's time to fight. Ganbaatar, you stand beside the Khan, ready for battle. Bad guys are at the base right now. I'm literally just going to spawn them in as they come, but you get the visual. What you aim? There's plenty of targets. What do you aim?
Anybody who looks like that they're carrying ranged stuff.
Ranged stuff. I would say it's probably those like so the major enemies you got to deal with. There are the big guys who are like hitting the wall, like punching the wall, and then the barbarians and like fiends are like crawling up their back and like climbing up the rest of the way. And then those are the guys
we'll
who
go
are
after the climbing barbarians then.
Got it. One other target, there are those flying devils that are flying towards you guys. Those might have ranged capabilities, but they might have not had a chance to use them yet.
Yeah, I'll just shoot the barbarians.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, you look down at this one guy's like climbing towards you and you just aim down at his face. Go for it.
21 to hit.
21 absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, can I retroactively say that I'm not moving, I'm taking aim?
By all means. Yeah, go for it.
And 13. That'll be 13 points of damage total.
13 points of damage total. Let me see here. You aim down at this guy in the face, and you shoot one that like kind of hits him in the eye and like gets stuck like right in the side of his like skull right there, so it's going through there. But some mad dark frenzy keeps him going. His blood just starts pouring down the side of his face as he continues to like just continues to climb up. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nope, that's bonus action. That's good.
All right, magnificent. That is going to bring us to Vasselheim. At this moment, I'll be honest, it's a little bit narrative. You guys see the Khan is going to take like a big action here. The volleys are just coming. Actually, he will... What's he going to use this action for? He is going to use his action to... I would say he's already called for like a constant volley at this point. He's going to say, yeah, that's already happening. There's just a consistent volley every turn. Maybe like 2 volleys every turn that come down and hit the enemies in the field. It's a wide berth of individuals. And as a flavor note, you guys would see the Tempest Vanguard did make it back in the gates just before they hit the walls. They did a good they did a good number on them. There might have been like one or two commanders who were like, fuck it, and maybe saw something of a commander on the field, like a larger devil, and they just surged forth, all 50 dudes. It just came in, blades just slashing at this guy, successfully taking him down, and then trying to fight their way out of the swarm, and then maybe half of them get out of the swarm, and those half that leave do not mourn their allies. They cry out in victory, for that is what they were born to do, fight and die. And that's what their brothers just did. And then they got back inside the gates. Volleys are going off. The Khan says, ready your polearms! Ready your swords! They will breach in seconds! And he's just gonna like make out that action call for the wall. And you hear commanders sort of make the same call going down the walls, taking the Khan's command. It is clear that he is in charge of the defense of the city in this moment. As he says like, ready arms! And you hear, ready arms! Ready arms! Ready arms! In sync going all the way down the wall. It is clear Vasselheim was ready for a siege. That is what Vasselheim does. That's their turn. They prepare for the climb. That is going to bring us to the Mira's turn. The Mira, what is your plan?
Was I able to ascertain where the Khan was telling people to lobby, like to strike, like he's trying to set something up?
He said fire at will. He would have shouted fire at will at some point. So there's so much here. It's not a specific target. It's like start killing as many as you fucking can.
Alrighty then. Based on what I can see, is there like a little trio of barbarians, or is that like barbarians and ogres?
Yeah, so again,
Fucking
the
hell.
big three types of targets, you've got like the half giants, which are like large ogre-like creatures which you can target. There are the like rank and file, I'm gonna say fodder, which are like the barbarians and like lesser fiends. And then there are the flying fiends, which are getting closer to the walls.
Alright. The fodder. I'm gonna
Fodder it is.
I am going to drop a fireball in the middle of the fodder. Oh, hold on. Bonus action, flame on.
Silver flame licks up and across your body. And he's like, permission granted. A silver flame licks up your body. You once again make a sort of a singularity in your hand, cast it into the field. Roll me some damage.
Huzzah. 24 and it's Dex 18.
Okay, ironically, the fiends save, and the barbarians fail. You see, what was the total?
24.
Even with the general failure, some of the barbarians kind of like take it with like scorched arms and face and whatever, kind of keep running as they go, maybe limping, leaving behind, pushing anyone out of their way who might be in their way. There's no formation here, it's a mad charge. The fiends get hit by the fireball and seem largely unconcerned. It hits them and it damages them. Oh, no, it doesn't damage them at all. My apologies. You hit them with fire, and it may as well have rained on them. They just continue to come without stopping at any sort of... You do kill a couple of them, make no mistake. There's like, so you saw this group of guys that had like, 3 arrows in them who are like running. You send that fireball down, blasting people. The fiends just run through like it was water, but you do see a couple of them kind of pull through because they haven't been damaged enough yet, but there's still like 3 to 5 bodies laying on the field that immediately get trampled by the next group of people. So it is very much like a victory, I did it. They're immediately replaced, fuck. And that's how everyone's feeling probably. But well done. I wanted something a little less showy. Give me just a half a moment before we get to the next turn. I don't think we're quite sending those boys in just yet. Please hold for evil. Okay, we will move right along there. Hekator, you see them clambering up the walls. They are like, maybe, they're not quite in polearm reach yet, but they're like at the edge of the wall about to climb over. What do you do?
Okay. Can I see what's like the nearest flying fiend?
You look up and realize that you've asked an excellent question that needs an answer, which I'm giving to you as we speak. You look up and you are going to see, not unlike sharks, you see that there is the devils that are coming forward, and they do look like fiends. You see these like, not the size of any of you, like maybe the size of like a large dog. You see these creatures with like purple skin, leathery wings, like a cloak, almost in flight, and they are just covered in spines all the way from the head, all the way down their back between their wings, and all the way down their long tails. They also hold in their hand pitchforks, and with each one of them is about 3 imps, 3 of the little red imps that you've seen before. Those are what's flying in soon.
How far away are they?
How far do you need them to be away from you?
With short bow attack is 80 feet short range.
Oh, I was gonna roll for it. There's no roll. Like you're absolutely in range. They're coming. So 80 feet is well and good.
Cool. I'll take a couple shots at the big one, I think.
Beautiful.
That's a dirty 20 to hit.
That will definitely hit.
Beautiful. That is 7 damage.
All right.
And with Giant's Might, I will knock it prone.
Ooh. Is there a DC for that, or is it just
Nope.
snooze or lose? Okay.
You hit a large or smaller creature with an attack roll and deal damage, you can give it the prone condition.
Understood. So this is the guy who's coming in. You see this little fucker, in all of his purple evilness. Should I have a better mini here? No, actually, I do kind of like this one better. Yeah, I kind of like that one a little bit better. Yeah, we're gonna toss him up there, just to illustrate what's coming in hot. So this little guy, I hate that he has a rock under him, but whatever. This little fucker and some imps. I've got imps over here. Like 3 of these little fellas are coming in with him, and you shoot him out of the sky. You just like pull your bow back and just let your giant strength surge through your arms. Veins kind of coat your biceps, and you just pull that bowstring back all the way, almost to the point of breaking your bow, and just blast off a shot that, as it's flying towards you, its momentum completely reverses. It gets hit in the chest, its wings flap in, and it just falls out of the sky. Absolutely, well done. And it like hits the ground and like falls into the stampede somewhere like Mufasa.
Beautiful. And then he'll take a second attack at, I guess, just one of the guys coming up the wall.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, you look down, maybe at the guy Ganbaatar's already shot in the face.
Yeah, I'll go for that guy. That is 21 to hit.
I think that'll hit.
Cool. And that's 8 points of damage on that.
Okay. You shoot him like down, like into the chest, like into his pec right there. I'm gonna say on Vasselheim's turn, he took a couple more. Oh, no, he wouldn't have. There's no archer standing there. It's just polearmman. So no, you blast him in the chest. He's bloodied for sure. He's like really, really hurt at this point. And he kind of his arm barely working, like continues to like find handholds, continues to climb. Is there anything else?
I think he will activate 2 things. So bonus action, he'll activate large form.
All right.
Just kind of yell out, and while he's doing that, he'll also activate elemental attunement.
Beauty. Absolute beauty.
And with this one, I think you see he'll feel the moment. He'll feel it. He'll erupt like lightning all over him.
Fuck yeah, dude.
A little bit of thunder.
Yeah. Khan's like, fuck yeah, represent. Incredible.
Howbeit.
You are a giant. You may as well be like a miniature storm giant in this moment. You just get large and lightning surges out from your scar. You get ready to fight, kind of getting yourself ready for these guys to crawl over the wall and start killing. But it's you who killed first. All right, Redmond. Redmond. What are you up to, sir?
Ooh, it's time to fight.
Is that your catchphrase? Is that your catchphrase?
Oh, goody.
It's a time to fight.
It's time to fight. Okay, well, let's see here. I think first things first, I'm going to use my bonus action to rage.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. And I'm gonna get those temporary hit points for myself, because that's nice. And then very nice. And then let's see here. And then I'm going to also give 6 temporary hit points to Hekator.
Oh,
Much obliged.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, don't you know?
Oh, thank you.
Anything else
And
there?
let's see here. I want to stab something.
That's fair, dude.
Yeah.
These guys are like, I'll make an actual demonstration of like where these guys are crawling up the wall. There we go. It's obviously more than that, but they're like right, I'd say right. Oh shit, gotta make them fly. Sorry. Oh no, they can fly! They're like probably here, and there's probably an ogre right here who's like piggybacking them all the way up the wall.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, let's see here. I think I'm gonna use my movement to go over the wall. I want to start flying and stabbing.
Oh shit! All right, let's do it, bro. So this guy got shot out of the air. There's a lot of them.
There's a lot
got shot
happening
out of
here.
the air, and probably stomped to death. Let me check his stats really quick. Maybe stomped to death. We don't know. But you've got choices. You got hella choices. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of violence. What do you do?
All you can eat buffet of violence. Let's see here. Maybe I'm gonna go over the edge. Maybe I'm gonna go after this ogre here, because I feel like these little guys will likely get picked off, and I want to start to like wear this big guy down a little bit if he's coming up over the wall next.
All right, fair. Hey, right now he's like slammed into the wall, and people are just like climbing over him to get up. Yeah, he might be coming over in due time. He's like a living ladder. Yeah, you fly over with your great owling speed. Careful not to get hurt by the bad guys, maybe. Yeah, this guy's got a larger space than these guys clambering up the wall. So you could fly to like here and be 10 feet from any of the guys actually climbing, so no opportunity to attack there, but in range of the ogre.
Cool. And then I'm gonna try and slice him.
Slice and dice him! Go for it.
Go. Okay, that's a 17 to hit.
That is going to hit the ogre, absolutely.
Cool. All right, so that's going to be, let's see here, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then that's my rage damage right now. So 12 points of slashing damage.
12 points of slashing damage. Incredible, you do so. It's going to take 12 points of slashing damage. Here's what I'm going to say. For the sake This just occurred to me because I'm a genius. For the sake of compensating for the damage that other warriors on the walls are doing to the bad guys, I am going to say that um, the bad guys are all vulnerable to damage. They're vulnerable to all damage to make up for any damage they may have taken from bad guys. Because I don't think we want me to go here and try and find a way to make that all work. So as you do 12, I'm going to say it's 24 damage. And with that also said, the guy that Ganbaatar and Hekator have been picking on is toast. That guy got murked pretty good, and he has fallen down off the wall dead.
Nice. And then I'm going to try and do it one more time.
Hey, that's fair.
Okay, and then that's an 18 to hit.
Yeah, this guy's fucking. He's a naked ogre.
Nice.
He's a big boy. He's easy to hit.
Max damage. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 14 points of slashing damage.
Okay, another 28 damage. Beautiful. Yeah, this guy's riddled with arrows, and you come over and just keep adding, slashing as hard as you can. Well done. This ogre is like he's like leaning on the wall. He's not even punching the wall anymore. He's just like leaning on the wall because he's so damaged.
And he's under the sap condition until like my next turn.
He goes, "Yeah, fuck you." Starts waving at you like you're a pesky fly.
Because I am. Murder owl.
Murder owl. That was just kind of what owls are. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
No, I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay. I want to give everyone a turn before we call the session. I know we're running over as usual. My apologies. Zeivre, just to kick us off, I am going to say, we've got to be brave, is what you hear Iota say, and he is going to cast Bless on yourself, Zeivre. He's going to cast it on... Who said duty earlier? That was Ganbaatar. You're going to get it because he liked that you said duty. It sounded funny. And I think you as well, Lumira, because you asked about Brontosaurus, the word of the day. And she likes that as well. So the three of you are under the influence of the Bless spell thanks to Iota. What would you like to do, Zeivre?
I think in this moment he sees how dire the battle. Well, it's not dire yet, but it could become. And I think he fully sees his duty, and
Iota goes, "Yay, duty!"
and he's gonna spend a bonus action to unfurl wings.
In this moment, Zeivre, you stand on a wall and look at an endless horde of monsters and imagine that maybe a week ago, there wasn't too dissimilar a sight by the High Palatine. And this is your moment, because living sometimes is a lot harder than dying. And a ray of light shines down, and you feel the Dawnfather is with you, and you know that you are here maybe for this very reason. And in that moment of inspiration, I'm going to say not spectral words. I'm going to say true, honest-to-goodness, white-feathered wings that iridescently glow with the light of the sun burst forward and unfurl from the back of Zeivre, revealing his true nature as an angel of the Dawnfather and the light of the sun. A thing that many of the fiends on the field hiss in fear from. What do you do next?
He stands on the edge, and then he just starts to lean forward.
Oh, yeah.
Then as he falls, and then he goes down and tries to get 2 strikes on that ogre.
Hell yeah, go for it, brother.
With the fool's lungs.
The con was like, I'm going to take notes from that guy. In the back of his head.
All right.
Did we just become best friends?
Yeah, I'm right. Ooh, that's fun. Cool. All right, yeah. So he'll go down and he'll attack that guy with the fool's longsword.
All right. You draw the sword of the High Palatine. You fly down, and you fly upon these wings with the skill and grace, as if you have flown upon them 100 times, even though this is your first time making them appear to you. Go ahead.
That'll be a 17 to hit.
A 17 to hit.
I
That is
also have
going to
less.
Oh, that you're well and truly hit.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Cool. But yeah, he's got sword and shield, so this will be a one-handed.
It's all good. You might do the job.
That'll be 10 damage.
Which becomes 20, which becomes a killing blow. Zibriel, as you bamf out your wings, and you fall down, and you pull the sword out, and you fly down with a blade absorbing the light from your very wings radiantly, how do you kill the ogre?
I think, yeah, so he's fallen, wings unfurl, and he just goes straight down to the ogre, slices through the arm, boulder falls off, and then through the neck of the ogre, and then through the other arm, as he kind of flies
you pull
past.
like a Levi, you're doing like a Levi Ackerman
Yeah.
situation.
Am I right about you,
his
Levi?
whole arm just explodes, and then yeah. All right. He's like, as you're flying down, he's getting riddled with arrows. He's like, "Ugh," as these guys are climbing up his back. He's just getting harried by arrows. Red's just chopping away, and you use their momentum to just like open his back. And he reaches back, and it's all he can take, and he falls over dead. And all of the remaining of these 3 guys that were climbing up over him, I'm going to roll dex saves to see if they fall off the wall. Nat 20, natural 18, and a 5. One guy was on the back of the ogre at the time. The other 2 guys had grips. But the last guy falls back with the ogre and gets squashed underneath the den.
Hell yeah.
Got an extra attack.
Yeah, he'll whip around Red, not even looking, and he'll go straight to one of the guys that are still on the wall.
All right, and so you sort of catch your fall with your wings, and you fly forward, lancing forward with your sword.
Mm-hmm. I think
Did you see that? Some people are saying on the wall, did you see that?
Okay. On this one, I'll probably do the extra damage that I get with the Celestial Revelation.
Go for it.
22 to hit.
These guys are not high AC guys. These are they're you take them up. You get a good attack in there. Fair enough.
Hell yeah. That'll be 13, which turns to well, I'll double it for the
13 becomes 26 because vulnerability.
Yeah, plus 3 because it's I add my proficiency to the damage when I'm in.
So plus 6. He is bloodied. That's for sure.
All right.
You want to smite?
And why don't I smite?
Why don't I
really
smite?
bring it in.
Hell yeah, go for it.
8 and a 6 for a total of 14.
For a total of 14, that is going to turn into 28 damage. This guy, yeah, you come in and you like fly at him and you stab with such fury that you like stab through him and into the wall on the other side. And he like kind of tries to like instinctively reach back, and you rip out the blade. He just falls off of the wall and
Darth Maul
lands against the ground and dies.
Yeah.
These are like barbarians, so they're like raging and everything. So these are big hit points. And this guy's riddled with arrows as well. Yeah, you take him down. Well done.
Okay.
Okay, if that is all.
Yep. He'll look at the next guy.
Next guy, who isn't even looking at you. Like these guys are in like a frenzy. He's looking up. He's like going towards the pole arms, stupid, to try and get up there.
That's my turn.
That's going to bring us. Okay, beautiful. Leah Satra, last but certainly not least, what would you like to do?
So I want to hold my action. Can I still use my bonus action or no?
Yes, you can still use your bonus action.
How far away is the flying devil?
There are a couple. I'm going to say there were two approaching the wall. There's one now, thanks to Hekator. From your current position, that old boy is 70 feet from you. You can step forward a little if you need to.
Yeah, let's go forward 10 feet.
Okay, yeah, you get right to the edge of the wall next to the Great Khan.
And I'll roll I'll use unsettling words, and it spins a bardic inspiration die, and the creature has to subtract the d8 from the next saving throw.
Subtracts a d8, understood.
And I'm gonna hold my action to the spell.
To what?
To cast the spell.
Okay, understood. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Well, you're probably gonna get your chance right now. We hit the enemy's turn. A lot of this is going to be narrative again because you guys have vulnerability on everything and there's other battles playing out otherwise. If you look up and down the wall, things are going. I mean, it's never good when the enemy's at the gates and climbing up the side of your walls, but you know, for how it's going, it's not going terrible. This guy and his little flock of imps is absolutely about to make his way towards the wall. Oh no! I can only have 600 creatures on a board at a time. Fuck. I'm gonna just get rid of all these fucking guys. Oh man! Just imagine they're here. Don't worry. How does 600 people on this board? I don't believe it. Either way. Sorry, just getting. Fucker. All right, whatever. Anyway, this guy and his little flock of imps is absolutely gonna make their way forward. They all have the same flight speed. They're gonna make their way 40 feet closer. Going high as they do above you guys. They don't seem to be interested in fighting the walls. They begin to sort of ascend up and over the wall defenses. You are now within 30 feet, if that is helpful.
Yeah, that's exactly what I needed. So
Perfect. Go for it.
Wisdom 16 saving throw for Tasha's hideous laughter.
Oh, very good. Minus a d8, right?
Yeah, minus a d8.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. That's a natural 20.
Oh man.
For a 20 with the minus d8.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm sorry, that sucks. You cast the spell at him, and as you hit him with magic, you realize that these fiends, these devilish creatures, seem to be somewhat resistant to magic. The magic doesn't quite grasp onto his mind. Like there's something in the essence of him that allows him protection from magic itself. And it continues to ascend, not seeming to mind your words, I'm sorry to say. At this point, actually, no, he's not interested at all in you guys. So I don't need to worry the attack rolls. They're gonna dash, and they're gonna fly 40 feet straight overhead, making their way into the city. This last guy's gonna go. He's gonna start climbing up, to which the Khan is gonna nod to his men, and they're gonna take pikes and just or probably halberds, honestly. Take halberds and just lay them down the side, and they're just gonna just start stabbing at him, and he's gonna fall off of the wall because of it. And for now, your particular turret is not going to be overcome, which is great news. The same cannot be said for other parts of the wall. As you look down the wall, the next, I'm going to say the siege tower is in here, don't worry about it. As you look down the wall, your next thing of concern is going to be here. Oh fuck! Fuck you! All right, I'm stealing minis. That's it. This guy's here. He gets over to the wall, slams against it, and I'm gonna say these three fellas are going to start climbing up the wall, making their way ever closer to the top. So things are being held at bay for the moment, but I'm going to say all of the held actions of the halberd wielders are spent. So next turn, they can try and hold them again, but the tide will overcome them eventually. So right now, you are in the middle of the siege of Vasselheim. You're holding back the tide pretty well for the moment. It may not last forever. Some revelations in Zeivre, so on and so forth. You definitely hear Zeivre strike some down. You hear, the Dawnfather sent his angels! He is with us! Inspiration calls out. And we will continue this little siege next session.
This little siege.
Little siege.
Just a
Little
wee
old
siege.
siege.